Let's order and go on the record, please. I'm Charlotte Mitchell, Chair of the Utilities Commission. With me this morning are Commissioners Brown Bland, Gray, Clodfelter, Duffley, Hughes, and McKissick. This technical conference is being held this morning in docket number M-100 sub 163, which is titled "In the Matter of Investigation Regarding the Ability of North Carolina Electricity, Natural Gas, Water, and Wastewater Systems to Operate Reliably During Extreme Cold Weather." Due to the widespread outages experienced in Texas and the South Central United States during February of 2021, as well as the results of a joint inquiry into the Texas outages undertaken by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, the Commission opened an investigation to consider whether North Carolina's electricity, natural gas, water, and wastewater systems are prepared to operate reliably during extreme cold weather events, and whether the Commission's rules require changes in order to ensure reliable service. The Commission issued an order on January 26, 2022, initiating the investigation. The order made as parties to the proceeding the largest of North Carolina's jurisdictional electric, natural gas, water, and wastewater utilities, and required these utilities to file responses to a series of questions related to their extreme weather preparedness by February 23, 2022. The order also scheduled technical conferences to be held on March 15th, as well as today, April 19th, for the parties to present their responses and answer follow-up questions. On March 15th, the Commission held the first technical conference, which focused on the water and wastewater utilities. We're here today for the second technical conference, which will focus on the preparedness of our natural gas and electric utilities. We will hear this morning from Dominion Energy North Carolina, followed by Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress, then Piedmont Natural Gas, then Public Service Company, and last we'll hear from Frontier Natural Gas Company. The public staff, which presents the using and consuming public in matters before the Commission, will participate in this technical conference as well. This proceeding this morning is being transcribed. The transcript will be filed in the docket as soon as it is available. So let's just remember to treat the court reporter well. All right, before we begin, I'd like for the parties to identify themselves for purposes of the record. We'll start with utilities.
Good morning, Chair Mitchell. I'm Mary Lynn Grigg with the law firm of McGuire Woods here on behalf of Dominion Energy North Carolina. Also here is Ms. Lauren Wood-Biskey, who's senior counsel for Dominion Energy, and Kristen Athens, also here from McGuire Woods.
Right, good morning, Ms. Grigg. All right, let's see. Is there anyone from Duke that wants to make an appearance at this point?
Good morning, Chair Mitchell, Commissioners. My name is Jason Higginbotham, an attorney on behalf of Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress. And also here for the company presenting today are Sammy Roberts, GM of Transmission Planning and Operations and Operation Strategy, and Joe McAllister, Managing Director, System Optimization.
All right, good morning, Mr. Jeffries. I see you approaching.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Jim Jeffries with the law firm of McGuire Woods. I'm here today on behalf of Piedmont Natural Gas Company and also Frontier Natural Gas.
Good morning, Mr. Jeffries. Looks like somebody got the better of you. Somebody or something.
I have some new parts.
Understood. Understood.
Good morning, Chair Mitchell. Again, Mary Lynn Grigg with McGuire Woods again, also here on behalf of Public Service Company in North Carolina, doing business as DENC.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Lucy Edmondson with the public staff. We appear on behalf of the using and consuming public. Also appearing with me is John Little, also a staff attorney, and our technical staff today that will be participating, Jordan Nader, engineer with the Energy Division, Natural Gas Section, Dustin Metz, engineer with the Energy Division, Electric Section, and Bob Hinton, Director of the Economic Research Division.
Good morning, Ms. Edmondson, and all members of the public staff. All right, we have, before I turn Dominion loose this morning, there is a motion that's been filed in the docket on behalf of Duke Attorney Jason Higginbotham, motion for Pro Hoc Vice. We will allow that motion and an order will be issued in the docket shortly. All right, with that, anything else before we begin? All right, you may proceed, Dominion.
Good morning, Chair Mitchell. I'll just make introductions if I may. Our primary presenter on behalf of Dominion Energy North Carolina is Jackie Vitello, Director of Power Generation. We also have Mike Barmer, who's Manager of Electric Transmission System Operations Planning, and Chris Dibble, Director of Power Generation Operations. We also have here two representatives from PJM. They will not be presenters, but to the extent that the commission has questions, or the public staff has questions, they are available. And they are Matt LaRock, who is Senior Manager of Regulatory Affairs, and Donnie Belock, who is Senior Manager of Dispatch.
Thank you, Marilyn. Hello, thank you for having us here today at the technical conference. My name is Jackie Vitello, and I'm Director of Power Generation Regulated Operations. My group is responsible for offering our regulated fleet into the PJM market. Along with me, I have Chris Dibble, who's Director of Power Generation Operations, and Mike Farmer, who's Manager of Electric Transmission System Operations and Planning. We have prepared slides that summarize the questions from the January 26th order. The reason for this investigation is to ensure that we do not have an event in North Carolina like Ercot had in February of 2021 due to the extreme cold weather events. To begin, I'd like to discuss our efforts around winter preparedness since 2014. We had a major polar vortex in January of 2014 that I'd say was a turning point for winter prep in our area. PJM was very close to not meeting their reserve requirements and called a voltage reduction action to maintain reliability. Across PJM, generating units had a high overall forced outage rate, which led to changes in the PJM market design, as well as Dominion's own winter preparedness. Dominion Energy has invested significant resources in winterizing our power stations. This work includes heat trace maintenance, designing key equipment indoors, pre-winter insulation inspection, and building both temporary and permanent wind wall enclosures. We also winterize our equipment and have sub-freezing protocols in place to maintain systems during extreme cold weather. The efforts and investment into unit winterization have been successful, borne by the fact that over the past several winter peak events, we have only had one incidence of a unit trip due to suspected freezing. Fuel diversity and flexibility are also important in winter reliability. On our system serving Virginia and North Carolina, about half of our gas fleet has dual fuel capability. For example, our peaker plants can run on oil, a valuable dual capability to ensure reliability and affordability. If natural gas is scarce or the price is high due to demand, we can switch to oil. Ercot does not have a capacity market. Capacity markets are forward markets which direct investments a few years ahead of when electricity needs to be delivered. As a result, there is little incentive in Ercot for generators to secure firm fuel supply or to maintain winterization programs. PJM has a robust capacity market, and Dominion participates in that market. So one of our follow-up questions from public staff mentioned the significance of FRR and switching to FRR. I'd like to reiterate that FRR is another way to participate in the capacity markets. Our units are still capacity resources and follow the same requirements that come with being in the capacity market. For example, they still have must-offer requirements in the day-ahead and real-time markets, and we're still subject to capacity performance penalties. Due to the polar vortex in 2014, the main PJM change to their capacity market was implementing the capacity performance penalties in 2016. This incentivizes capacity resources to invest in equipment to ensure reliability during extreme cold weather events. This was proven during the cold snap of 2018. Gas generators in PJM had a forced outage rate of 32.7% in 2014, and then that dropped to 18% in 2018. For the second question, we were asked what changes we will be making to comply with NERC's new cold weather prep standards that take effect April 1st of 2023. We're continuing to evaluate our current processes to ensure alignment and compliance with the standard. We're also looking for process improvement opportunities. Along with the cold weather operations questions, we were asked how wind and solar played a role with the cold weather. Solar generation is not impacted unless there's snow cover. And when you think about the winter peak, it's going to happen at 05, 0600, and the sun's not going to be shining, so we aren't really relying on that solar generation anyway. Our wind turbines are designed for -4 degrees Fahrenheit, and in the last 20 years, we've recorded temperatures, the lowest was 14.6 degrees Fahrenheit. So we don't see the cold weather being affected or affecting those wind turbines. Finally, I'll touch on the reserves in PJM. So primary reserves are megawatts that can be achieved in 10 minutes or less. It can include both online and offline generation. So we mostly use our Bath County pump storage or hydro run-of-river or our quick start CTs that are offline but can be online and producing megawatts within 10 minutes. There are changes coming to the reserve market October 1st of this year, and that can be discussed at a later date. Currently, Dominion Energy is a participant in the reserve sharing agreement known as VACAR, the Virginia-Carolina Reserve Sharing Operating Agreement, which is separate from PJM and was entered into before Dominion became a part of PJM. Each member's obligation is based on the ratio share of the member's peak load obligation. For the current year, Dominion's VACAR reserve requirement is 568 megawatts, which Dominion maintains at all times and is separate from the PJM reserves. You may not double count your reserves for both systems. As the Commission is aware, Dominion Energy North Carolina provided notice earlier this year to the other VACAR members of the need to exit the existing agreement. We made this decision as a result of the upcoming changes in the PJM operating reserve market. Moving on to questions 3 through 6. These questions focused on the weather and load forecasting. Dominion Energy has 2 contracts with 2 weather vendors that provide hourly weather forecasts for load modeling and planning. The forecasts include temperature, cloud cover, relative humidity, precipitation, wind speed, and wind direction. Aside from the weather vendors, Dominion also uses vendor load forecast models in addition to an internal model to predict load forecasts. PJM also creates their own load forecast. The 7-day forecast model is also used to predict extreme peaks. We have an internal forecast to predict cold weather alerts for the PJM RTO and the DOM zone. For the past 3 winter peaks, so 2019 to 2021, Dominion's day-ahead load forecast was within 0.7% to the actual peak load. See the table on this slide to see how our forecasted temperatures for 1 day ahead and 3 days ahead before the actual events and how well our forecast performed. All right, for the 7th and 8th question, we move into power plant performance during the winter peaks. The first question was around forced outages due to frozen equipment. And like I mentioned earlier, we had one event in the past 3 winters that was forced out and it was a frozen component and it lasted less than 4 hours. When you look at our forced outage rates compared to PJM during the winter peaks in both 2014 and 2015, we were at 11% and the PJM RTO was 22% in 2014. And then in 2015, it was 4% for Dominion and 12% for the PJM RTO. Our fleet consists of about 9,500 megawatts of units that are capable of running on natural gas. And about half of our gas fleet is dual fuel capable, meaning that it can run on oil instead of natural gas. Like I mentioned in the beginning, this dual fuel capability is essential to our reliability. If we were not able to secure gas for some reason, we would switch these units to run on oil. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mike Barmer to discuss the transmission questions.
Good morning. Mike Barmer. I'm the manager of System Transmission Operations Planning at Dominion Energy. There were several questions around load shed, load curtailment activities, and how we manage that within our company. So I thought we would start out and just kind of go through the process just so you understand how we do this. First of all, we track everything in our company by individual accounts. So it could be a residential customer, it could be all the way up to a gas customer. Within our customer accounting system, we have a field in there that is called a special condition field. And you don't really have, you can see this chart, you don't really have to look at all the numbers here, but it's a segmentation of codes that we would use in that field in the customer's account that basically breaks it down by critical infrastructure, high profile, or public interest type customer. And depending on the type of customer it is in terms of commercial, governmental, public safety or whatnot. So we use this matrix to identify the the code that we use. And once that's attached to the customer's account, then this was actually developed more for restoration activities after major events so that we could help prioritize our restoration activities around critical customers or critical infrastructure. But that same information translates down to the load shed process, load shed program. One thing I'll note right now is, so in our company, we've interacted with most of our customers over many years now to distinguish which ones fall in which categories. So existing accounts are pretty much set. Most of those don't change a lot over years' time, but we do regularly update or check those. A specific question was around natural gas compressor stations. The accounts that we have that are associated with electrically powered compressor stations for natural gas are all served from our transmission system. Our load shed program does not shed load on our transmission system. It's designed to shed load on the distribution level. So any customers who are fed directly from a transmission feed aren't part of our load shed process. So what we do as a company, we take that information from those individual accounts that are now associated to individual distribution circuits, and we review those each summer or prior to each summer, prior to each winter load period. And what we're looking at is, are there any changes or any additions that have been made from the prior year's list of special condition customers, critical infrastructure? Just because they're critical infrastructure doesn't mean they get excluded from load shed. We, as a company, then approach those companies that have either additional accounts that have been labeled as critical infrastructure or ones that have changed. And when we talk to them, we ask questions. Do you have backup generation to serve critical process needs within your facility? Because we don't know as a company what their criticality is in their processes. All we know is when they say this is a critical location for us. But we dig a little deeper. So we want to know if they can sustain a 15-minute outage, which our load shed program rotates every 15 minutes. So in theory, it will shed your load. 15 minutes later, it will shed another block of load and restore the first block. So with that process, you would only endure a 15-minute interruption. Many processes, and we've talked to we've talked to all the water treatment type facilities. That was another question in there. In talking to them, they all indicated that they can sustain a 15-minute interruption. The ones that maybe had some questions or concerns about maybe chemical use in the facility or whatnot, they have backup generation to keep those processes and controls in place during a 15-minute interruption. So we don't exclude water treatment and water pumping stations for that reason, because they've indicated that it doesn't create a major issue for them. Now, we do categorize all of our customers. You can see this categorization in different groupings based off of all those factors, the condition codes that we get from the accounts, plus our discussions. And there are a group of what we call Z group customers that are excluded. Those are ones that don't have backup generation, or that even if they had backup generation, it can't cover the specific needs and creates a process issue with them internally. Just for reference, so about half of our customers are in the load shed program. The other half are excluded. And you can see that in the chart. The chart is a company-wide number. I did put a note at the bottom just for reference here. So in North Carolina, we have 122 circuits. 34 of those are in the load shed process. That percentage is lower than it is in the rest of our service territory. One of the reasons being, over the past 3 to 5 years, we've had a lot of influx of distributed generation on the distribution system. And the intent of load shed is to shed load, as it sounds, not to shed generation. So if we have circuits that have a net positive generation on it, we do not want to shed that, because you're creating a worse problem. So we've excluded those as well. So in looking at the numbers, North Carolina has less circuits within the load rotation than the rest of our system does. One thing to note too is, we haven't used this in a long time. I mean, the last time we actually did a system-wide load shed was in 1994. So it's been a long time. We've had a lot of cold weather since then. And the way the load shed works, just for information too, is our company is divided into three major regions: the North, Central, and the East region. North Carolina falls within the category of the East region of Virginia. So when we go through a load shed process, we drop a circuit in each region one at a time. So we're not dropping a complete region. We're not dropping unless it's a major need to drop a lot of load. We shouldn't be dropping a significant number of circuits within any one region at any one given time. But it is spread out, so it's not targeted to one region for the whole block, if you understand what that means. Go to the next one. Another question that came up was about training for our system operators on the use of load shed. We have an annual training. All of our operators go through annual training for load shed plan execution. Part of that is we review all the components of load shed. I say load shed, it's really the load curtailment plan, which involves a lot of parts. One of them is voluntary load shed, one of them is voltage reduction, one of them is actual load shed where we initiate the load shed. So it's various steps to that process from the beginning to the end. The operators go through that whole process, review everything that goes on with that process, so they're very familiar with it in the event they have to use it. It also includes hands-on simulation. We have a simulator that we use in training. We throw scenarios at the operators, and part of that process is going through the load shed program. So they get hands-on. It actually goes through the process. They see the actual circuits operating as if it was real, but it's actually in the simulator. But they see how it looks when it would actually have to take place in real time. And then we also test our internal communications. We always want to be sure that everybody within our company is aware of what's going on, because it could be happening very quickly. So they go through the internal paging, emails, and groups like that to be sure that everybody is aware of what's going on. And it's all pretext with drill, so that everybody knows it's a drill, but they do see the information coming through as we progress through from a voltage reduction all the way up to a load shed. We also have biannual drills that we coordinate with PJM, and those are usually one-day events. So the operator, whatever operators are on shift that specific day that they're doing the drill, gets that opportunity to do that. I didn't mention the other training. All the operators go through it. Our training process is that all of our operators go through training quarterly for a week. So every quarter they're in a training, and as I mentioned before, one of those training sessions throughout the year is around load shed. And then the last question that was kind of revolved around the load shed subject was communications with customers. We have a predetermined and documented process that we use for communications. It's a coordinated emergency plan that we have between us and PJM, where our corporate communications groups talk to each other and coordinate things that will go out to the public. And we send information out through various means: internet, popular now, social media. We actually have a group within the company now, over the last probably 3 to 5 years, that's kind of their sole purpose anymore, is to monitor social media, provide feedback to social media, and they would also provide feedback on these issues. We also do voice and email notification mainly to governmental entities, usually like emergency management organizations within counties and the states, just because it's easier to talk to those few people and email those few people. And then finally, we also put a blast out to all of the media. We have a media organization within our company, and they communicate to all the media outlets, TV, radio, throughout our service territory to get the word out when an event is going on or when we're going through this process. And it can be anything from public appeal early on to say, can you conserve, all the way up through load shed. And those communications, if you get to that point, would be try to conserve as much as you can, be prepared for short-term outages because they may occur. And also it would have some type of safety information in there related to whatever season you're dealing with. So if you're in the wintertime, and in the case we're talking about here, we talk about winter safety tips and things to do to protect yourself and protect your home. And vice versa, if there's a summer, it'd be around summer-related issues that you need to be aware of. So that's kind of our communications process. It's documented for every level of event. So and there's 3 stages. We have alerts, we have warnings, and we have actions. And every one of those has a documented flow as to what information gets sent out to customers and what what mechanisms we send that out. And that's all coordinated between our operations group, our corporate media group, and the PJM corporate media group. That's all I have for that. So I'll turn it back to Jackie.
Lastly, we have questions 14 through 18, and these answers were provided by PJM. So question 14 asks if the energy transfer studies that FERC and NERC recommend have been conducted. The answer is no, but instead PJM performs a capacity benefit margin verification study annually to verify the CBM value of 3,500 megawatts. The next question asks to describe the transfer capability of North Carolina's transmission system. The historical transfers are 2,500 megawatt exports and 3,200 megawatt imports. Historical transfers are an indication of economic transfers and not emergency transfers. Although not state to state, PJM can calculate the aggregate capability of paths covering the PJM North Carolina interface, which is about 4,890 megawatts, both imports and exports. For question 16, we described the VACAR reserve sharing agreement again, but we emphasize that PJM fully covers their own reserves and does not rely on VACAR. Finally, during the last 3 winter peaks, we did not experience any frequency drops below the allowable range. And this concludes our presentation. So are there any questions?
All right, let me check in with commissioners to see if there are questions for Dominion. Okay. Commissioner Clodfelter.
Good morning. Thank you for that. Very efficient, but also very quick. And so my note-taking may not have been as robust as it should have been. So let me go back to some things. I'm going to start you off, and then my colleagues will probably have questions. And probably go start in reverse order. Let's go to the end. On your slide about training and communications, and I think Mr. Farmer, did I get it right?
Barmer with a B.
Barmer, okay. Sometimes hard to hear up here. So, Mr. Barmer, I take it that in your load shed plan, the sequence of actions is as you listed on response to question 13. You go first with your voluntary reductions, then you move to voltage reduction second, and then last is your involuntary load shed. That's the sequence, and that doesn't vary across the circumstances that occasion the need for some conservation.
No,
that's the same. That's standard.
That's our standard.
Yeah. Okay. I'm interested from a consumer standpoint. So you indicated generally how you provide public information on that, but let's say I'm a consumer in an event where you've decided we're coming up on an involuntary load shed, or maybe even in sometimes a voltage reduction, although I doubt you're going to impact the question I'm about to ask. So how do I individually learn that my 15 minutes is coming up?
Yeah, that's a good question. That we do not have a process in place that notifies people in advance of their 15-minute window of time. And depending on how many megawatts you have to shed will determine how long between the next 15-minute window of time. But we don't currently have a process in place that notifies customers to say your 15 minutes is coming up in an hour, say.
So if I need to take particular steps to manage devices, energy using devices in my home, let's say my residential consumer, because those are the folks that we're going to hear complaints from. Okay, so I need to manage some devices in my home to make sure they're operating properly. I don't incur any unexpected damage from sudden on and off or a voltage change. For example, if you're in voltage reduction mode, how would I know when to institute those?
I think the key thing would be when we send out notifications that say we're getting ready to go into a load shed process,
Right.
that you would essentially take that at that point and make the assumption that I could be load shed at any point until that is discontinued. Because as I mentioned, it could be, depending on where you are on the list and how many megawatts it's required in each load shed, it could be anywhere from half hour to 2 or 3 hours between times that you may get that 15-minute interruption. So if I told you the first time, then I'd have to come back at some point and tell you when the next time is. And it makes it very difficult depending on the actual number that you're talking about any given time of how much you have to shed.
Is the same notification situation occur for all the priority classifications, or do you have different notifications to customers in, say, class Y?
It's the same notification across the board. Now, one thing I will mention is many of the customers that are those larger customers, we have a group called key accounts, and those customers are assigned key account managers. So we also communicate internally to those key account managers, and they may have internal discussions or external discussions, excuse me, with those individual customers that they handle to provide them more granular information. But outside of that, all the customers would get the same.
Well, I was going to ask you whether that holds true specifically for gas infrastructure, but that's all, as I think, if I heard you correctly, all of that takes from transmission and is not taking off your distribution circuit. So that's not subject to your load shed program. No. So any communications that were particular to the operators of the gas pipelines or the compressor stations, that would be handled outside your load shed program.
And those, yes, even though they wouldn't be in our load shed program, those customers are in that key account group. So they would have a manager.
They would have a
assigned
manager
to them, and he would get the information, even though they aren't part of that actual load shed process. They would contact them just to let them know the condition we're in. I don't think the gas pipeline folks probably wouldn't change what they're doing a whole lot. There may be other key accounts, other large customers who may be able to reduce their usage during that period and help the situation. And that's one of the appeals that we also use through that key account process, is to have those key account folks talk to all their accounts to see if anybody can reduce anything. Every little bit helps. So they do that.
By the way, let me ask while I'm on it, the priority circuit priority codes, what's the sequence there? Is Z the highest or the lowest?
Z are the ones that are excluded. So
of W, X, and Y, which is the highest priority?
those are W, X, Y, Z are the ones that are actually in the shed program, and they start with the X, they go to the W, the X, and the Y in that order.
So W is highest priority.
W is lowest priority in
Okay,
terms of.
that's what I was really getting at.
in
If
terms
I
of-
reverse the sequence of the letters in order to get my priority.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Back to the communications, you indicated in your presentation that you do give in your communications safety information.
Yes.
So I'm really curious about that. And by the way, listen up, Duke. Most of these questions I'm going to ask, Mr. Roberts, you're probably going to get these questions too. So, what kinds of safety information are you communicating? Is it just sort of like risk type information, or do you also communicate to the customer how to manage their use and consumption as well? Is that part of the safety communication?
Part of it is, yes, things you can do to reduce your usage naturally. But the safety more about, so if it's a winter situation, it may be, you may have a situation where you are an item in there talks about generator safety. If you have your own generator, how you don't hook it up in your garage. Be sure that you're keeping your house closed up as much as possible. Don't be opening doors, letting cold air come in during the period, because you're going to lose heat. Just a variety of those kinds of things, just so people know. Most people know these things, but you may have kids and people are just like roaming in and outside the house, and they they're not thinking consciously because you need to have a different focus when you're in a situation where the power may go out multiple times over a period of time.
Yeah, you and I may know these things. You may know these things, but don't assume that everyone does. And so that's why I'm asking the question about them. Duke provided us with their materials some examples of their communications to customers. Do you have examples, templates that you could share with us? Is that possible?
We can get some.
I'm particularly interested in this topic of what you communicate to customers about how they should manage things on their end. And I'll say to Duke, your materials did not include that topic, so I'm going to ask you if you've got materials on that topic as well. But if you've got examples of the communications, those would be useful to see. I'm going to back up to, you have the slides in front of you?
I do, yes.
You do. I can't remember which questions they correlate to, but I can refer you to the right slide for my question. So I'm looking now at slide 7. And this may be I suspect it's an operational question. So I'm not sure I fully understand what you're telling me at the very last bullet point there, or the arrow there. 34 of 122 circuits are included in the load shed plan. Let me stop with that. So does that mean the other circuits are
Not, they're excluded.
because?
Either they are critical customers, or in this case, the reason it's much lower is because many of those circuits have distributed generation on them. So we don't want to shed a net positive generation. Right. So we don't want to shed those circuits because it defeats the purpose of.
Okay, so the difference there between the 34 and 122 is composed of critical accounts or critical infrastructure and the net positive circuits. Now, so let me ask yeah, I'm sorry.
I wanted to put that on here because that is a little unique to North Carolina or North Carolina area. We're starting to see it more in Virginia, but because of the net penetration of solar in the state of North Carolina, we see that trend more here than across our footprint.
Well, all right. I want to. That's the next question I want to ask about that item on the slide, and I may not get the question framed very well. So you and Mr. Dibble, is it right? Yeah.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, got it. Again, the pronunciation is quick and sometimes hard for me to write down. So the two of you may need to figure out how to get my question framed the right way in order to answer it. But so I'm in a situation in January and I get an ice storm in eastern North Carolina in your territory. It hits your territory pretty hard. So you tell me that a lot of the circuits in that territory are net positive because of distributed generation, but it's an overcast day for 3 days because, for crying out loud, we're having an ice storm. You're not getting any generation off of those circuits. So how do you operate in terms of your load shed program? How does it work in that environment?
Well, first off, you say our load shed program. When I'm talking about that program itself, it is a predetermined load shed software event. So everything is predetermined in there, and all our operators have to do is, once we are in conjunction with PJM, say there's a directive to shed 200 megawatts, just use a number. All we have to do at that point in the program, the operator plugs in 200 megawatts, it goes down and sheds all the circuits to get that 200 megawatts gone. So that's all pre-programmed, pre-established in the program itself. Now, if we get to a situation where that doesn't fix what we need fixed, we always have the capability to trip circuits manually if we needed to. Hopefully we wouldn't get to that point, but that's outside of our established load shed program itself. But we can always, if we got into a bind in a specific area that we needed to shed load for some specific reason outside of a system need, we have the capability to do that.
Yeah, and thank you. That's helpful. That is helpful. I may not be asking a good question, and I guess what I'm trying to get at, does it mean that these circuits that would have net positive distributed generation are essentially treated the same as critical infrastructure circuits? They're exempt. They don't ever they're not as subjected to the load shed program?
Currently, that's correct.
So if I happen to live, a residential customer living in and connecting to one of those distribution circuits That's good for me.
Definitely.
Got it.
It's like I always equate it to if you want to be on a circuit that it's very reliable, be on one close to a hospital.
I am. I'm a Duke customer, but I'm within a block of a hospital. You're right. I appreciate the advantage. But in effect, a lot of the customers in northeastern North Carolina are similarly situated. That's really what you're telling me. That helps me. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to move back. I'm moving backwards. Ms. Vitello,
Yes,
I got it right?
that's right.
Got it. Okay. So I'm on slide 5 now. I've got several questions there. You've got about plus or minus 9,500 megawatts of natural gas capacity in the Dominion fleet, and about a little more than half of that is dual fuel capability. Is there any, I missed a question, but let me go ahead and finish this one first. Is there any sort of movement to sort of expand the dual fuel capability on the remaining units?
Yes, so that's part of our biggest risk is the large combined cycle units that are only natural gas right now. So there are discussions about how can we make it a dual fuel unit in some way.
Are all of your quick start units that you rely on for quick start capability, are those all dual fuel?
Yes,
They all are.
they all are.
Do you have a standard technology configuration for a quick start unit? Is it an industrial frame CT? Is it an aeroderivative CT? Is it a RICE unit? Is it something else? I mean, do you have a standard quick start configuration that you prefer?
No, sir, there's no standard. It's a broad range of technologies over the years.
Well,
So-
do you have just describing your fleet, when you look at those units that you would call on first for quick start capability, what's the predominant type of unit that you're using?
The 7E, GE 7E, it's a oil-operated combustion turbine.
Okay, but it's an industrial frame
It is.
type of technology.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And do you have any other alternative technologies, aeroderivatives, or
No,
you do not? Not currently in the
not
fleet?
currently, no, sir.
Okay. You have a question that was not in the presentation materials on, I just want to ask about on page 8 of the written filing, the company listed 4 scenarios under which your gas-fired units might be subject to upstream curtailment because of upstream problems. And I'm not going to read them there. You have them in your filing. We all have them. But I'm just really curious to find out, have you experienced any of those upstream curtailment considerations that have affected your performance in extreme weather events historically?
Not during extreme weather events. So like I'll point out the number 3 on this page.
Right.
Page 8. So for example, if you buy min-load gas and you pass that nomination cycle and you plan on sitting at min-load the whole time, that's fine. But if PJM calls you up to full load, you might not have that gas available.
Right.
Now the gas day is 10 a.m. to 10 a.m. So you are able to burn your, you can average your full 24 hours to meet your burn if you need to.
You have experienced that historically?
So in winter peak events, we have not, because in a winter peak event, we will most likely be buying all the gas that we can.
Okay.
Up to full load of all of our gas units. So not during a winter peak event, we haven't experienced any of these.
Okay.
So I just want to follow up
Go
on
ahead.
what you just said, Commissioner
Sure.
Clodfelter. So the company has never experienced an event, an instance where it's never been able to purchase the maximum amount of gas it
That's
needs.
right.
Okay.
So if we haven't, then like, for example, a Possum Point 6 or a Bear Garden, maybe it might be a more of a cost situation where we decide
Right.
to switch those units to oil, but we haven't had a situation where they've said.
Where there's
"No,
a physical limitation.
That's
Okay.
right.
Good opportunity for me to backtrack and catch a question I meant to ask earlier and didn't. Back to you, Mr. Barmer. Since the events at Ercot in the winter last year, have you made any changes in the load shed program that you've described to us specifically in response to that event? And if so, what changes did you make?
Not really. We did reach out to the gas providers because that was an issue in that event, and just to see if there were any locations that we did not have identified already. And there was nothing different than that we were able to find.
Okay.
So that was probably that's probably the biggest thing we did as a result of that. In terms of the load shed program, no changes.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for letting me backtrack a little bit. I'm looking at your slide number 4, and it's a question really, just a curiosity question is how closely do your internal forecasts and what you get from PJM, how closely do they track? Do you ever see any divergence, especially as they may relate to the Dominion operating zone or territory?
Yes, so we have the 2 external load forecasts, and we have PJM's load forecast, and we have our own internal load forecast.
Right.
And periodically, we'll go through reviews to see which forecast is doing better, and we'll weight them based on which one we see is lining up closely. So overall, like you could expect 3 to 5% if you're going to compare the PJM load forecast to our internal forecast. But they all vary just based on seasons and time.
That's a range of variation, 3% up and 3% down, or just 3% across the average, which
Across the average.
it's up and down,
Up or down, yeah.
up or down 1.5% each way.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. And so that's not really, you haven't seen anything more significant than that in terms of your forecasts?
No, but if you're only looking at the peak events, so
Right.
like these, it's within 0.7%. So that's
It's even-
better than the average.
It's even closer.
Yeah, right. But if you look at the whole spring, fall, summer, winter, you're going to be between 3%.
I'm interested in your written materials, and again, you covered it in your presentation. There was a significant improvement in outage performance between 2014 and 2018 events, and you attribute that in the written materials to PJM's 2016 the capacity performance. I'm sort of curious. It is a significant. When I look at the data, it's a significant improvement.
Yes.
And so I'm curious, what steps specifically did you take and did other utilities take in response to that initiative by PJM?
So in
What was the thing that produced the change?
Yeah, so in 2014, if you had a 1-day forced outage, it would just affect your E4D, right? It wasn't going to affect anything else. So maybe people didn't buy that expensive gas and they said, I'll just take the forced outage instead. So now looking past 2016, when you get to the cold snap of 2018, if you just want to take your forced outage for that 1 day, you are also going to potentially have this $3,600 per megawatt hour penalty on top of it, which nobody wants that penalty. So people bought the expensive gas and ran those units to avoid the penalties.
So that was enough of an incentive to simply make you change
And winterize your equipment and make other changes to your actual unit.
wasn't any one single thing. It was an across the board sort of thing.
Right.
Okay. Let me ask you a question that it is not in, perhaps it should have been in the written materials, and I apologize that it wasn't, so it's going to hit you a little bit cold.
Okay.
But again, Duke, listen up, I'm going to ask you the same question. So there are a number of different use cases that have been talked about for storage solutions, especially battery storage now, but also including traditional, hydro storage or pump storage, or for microgrids as potential solutions for a normal grid operation situation. Have you really explored how you might deploy those solutions in the emergency context? And if so, talk about where you are and what your thinking is and what your planning might look like about what you do to make the use case for battery storage or for microgrids in the extreme weather event or the extreme weather event of any kind. Yeah.
So, we've had Bath County pump storage for a long time now. So
Right.
we're used to Bath County. The new technology would be the battery storage, which we're just now starting to get into our fleet. So right now, we've looked into external models that'll help us predict when we need to be pumping and when we need to be generating. Regulation is a big part of battery storage. And
Right.
so particular to emergency events, I don't think that we've gone that far on the battery storage yet.
Yeah, I'm curious about that because again, the way you operationally manage battery storage resource would be very different if you're using it for ancillary services or to sort of change your profile, your load profile,
Right.
than the way you would use it operationally if you're going to use it as a backup resource or a quick start resource or an emergency resource in an emergency situation. So I'm
Right.
really interested in just hearing you talk about how you're exploring that topic.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, your battery storage, you can definitely, like for Bath County, for example, if we see cold weather coming up, then you might run less in the days before that event just to fill up your ponds so that you're ready for the cold weather. So it would be things like making sure everything's full. Do you have anything to add?
No.
I didn't expect a really detailed answer right now because I think it's an emerging topic. But
Yeah.
again, I wanted to ask about it just to sort of say,
thinking about
we're
it.
thinking about it
Yeah.
and we're just interested in learning from you what you're learning about it and what you're thinking about it as well.
Right, right. And if you're a regulating unit, you're not regulating all 24 hours. You know, you can regulate some hours, then be part of the energy market for other hours. It's not, you don't have to be only regulating.
Let me just take just a minute and see if I got anything else, and then I will turn it over to my other colleagues. So I think that's probably it for me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Brown Bland? Okay, McKissick?
Sure. Questions. You spoke of the dual fuel capacity of those facilities. The thing that you did not identify was what type of oil reserves you actually have on hand. So can you,
So that's on the slide right here. So the
Okay.
days at full load, if you can see that. And those are full load 24-hour days. So for
Okay.
example, Bear Garden has the 5.2 days at full load. And generally, when you're running on oil, one of the benefits is that you don't have to run for 24 or 48 hours. You can run for a 4-hour period and shut back down. So if you're running on oil, we'll usually cycle those units more often. So that 5.2 days is actually, if you run it 4 hours each day, it's actually more like 20 days. But so you can see on the slide here that
and you keep that oil
on-
available on reserve? I mean, it's not like you're
That's right.
depending upon
It's
delivery.
on-site, yeah.
It's on site.
Fill the tanks to 95%, just for movement.
Got it. And I guess another question that came to my mind in terms of the way you've identified the load shed priorities. And once the customer is identified in a certain category, how often do they fall out of one category or into another? I mean, how often is that reevaluated?
We rely on the customers to keep us updated on the criticality or the change of their ordinance, if you will. So we don't have a regular set time. We go back and update it, but we do rely on customers to provide that information to us. Now, we do reach out, and it was one of the questions in here for the water treatment. We reach out to governmental entities annually for them to review and update their information. Really, the biggest reason for that is usually the governmental entities had a lot of different accounts, everything from fire and rescue to water treatment. So there's a lot of different departments there. So it's easy for some of those to get dropped or changes to be made. So we send something out to them on a regular basis just to provide us feedback on any changes, but we don't do that for all customers.
Okay, and is there a reason why you don't go back to other categories of customers to try to see if it's appropriate to remain in a category? I mean, I can see why with governmental entities you want to check it.
I would say the biggest reason is very, very few changes that could take place once an account's established. If it's a critical account or something, it generally doesn't change. It could, but it's not. Even the existing accounts we look at year over year, the existing account. Now, when new accounts come in, we have to evaluate those and see where they fit into this matrix. But for existing accounts, we don't see a lot of changes from year to year, even from the governmental ones. Because once they are kind of established, there's not a lot that really changes on those accounts.
So with the governmental entities, You send out a request to see, ask them to reevaluate it, and then they supplement it and say,
Exactly.
it's,
Say,
remains the same, or?
Can you verify, can you go in and verify that any changes or updates that are needed for the accounts? And that what they, I'm not going to say all of them do it, but it's look at the existing critical type accounts you have, but also any other accounts to be sure that there's none that need to be in those categories that you haven't identified already. We've been doing it for many years now. Like I mentioned before, this was mainly for the prioritization for big restoration events so that we got critical infrastructure back on quicker. And so we've been going through this process pretty heavily over many years. And so once we see these accounts that are set up, there again, we don't see a whole lot of changes once they're initially set up on a tight situation.
Got it. And in terms of those customers that are not subject to curtailment, give me an example of what types of customers you would fall into that category.
It could be a large military installation or a critical federal installation. We serve a lot of those in our territory. It could be in some cases, we have large hospitals that the whole hospital is not necessarily on backup, but the critical care components of the hospital are on backup. But it's such a large facility that you don't want it. You would not want a several hundred bed hospital being taken offline, even though they have backup for the critical and the emergency and the surgical wings and things like that. So those are kind of the examples I would say that are excluded.
Sure. And I know you've stated earlier, what Dominion has done overall, but are there things outside of the North Carolina territory in terms of changes that might have been made in light of the situation in Texas? Other than anything whatsoever in terms of changes, strategies, policies, perspective about dealing with the type of crisis they experience? Are your comments, I guess I'm trying to determine if there are things that are outside of what we've discussed today, or you've presented information about today that might be more generically applicable, that have been things that you've undertaken.
No, I don't believe so.
Don't think so? Okay.
From an operations perspective, we have a pretty robust plan in place. So, and it's a little different climate in Virginia. We expect there to be sustained periods of freezing for longer periods of time. So our infrastructure and our procedures are built to withstand that. So it's a little different situation. So generally, not a lot of lessons learned other than the awareness of that we can't allow that to happen to us.
And I guess my last question would simply be, if you could sit back today and think about measures that could be taken that would improve reliability, decrease the probability there be interruptions of service, what would they be?
Fuel on the ground, which we have at most of our sites.
But that would be it. So you feel pretty comfortable overall?
Yes.
Nothing that would be additional that you'd consider doing?
No.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Definitely.
Good morning. This is for Mr. Balmer. I heard you state that the last load shed was in 1994, but if you can go to slide 8, you talk about voluntary reductions and voltage reductions. What's the frequency that you implement those two activities?
Oh, it's actually a good question. I don't have the frequency, but we have implemented voltage reduction several times since that. Majority of the time, voltage reductions are very, I would say, almost invisible to customers. They don't really see that impact on their operations. The Voluntary, we probably along the same lines. We've probably done it maybe, and this is estimating, since 94, we may have done 10 times total, both of those combined, voluntary and voltage reduction.
Okay, thank you.
And it's usually, in some cases, it's been more localized. So it may be one part of our area has some issues and we had a voltage reduction, but not a system-wide type thing.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Okay, and I want to follow up with you there before I turn to Commissioner Brown Bland. To what extent, I mean, is PJM calling the voltage reduction or does Dominion call the voltage reduction? If,
PJM,
okay,
they provide directives to us.
Okay.
Because they are our transmission operator.
okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Brown Bland?
Yes, good morning. I just have a couple of questions. One, I wanted to follow up on the curtailment question with regard to the gas plants that are subject to curtailment during the winter or the cold extreme weather. And so, as you discussed with Commissioner Kleinfeld, there were the 4 scenarios that you put forward with regard to those. And I heard that one, when you followed up with Chair Mitchell, that you haven't ever even had to, you hadn't fallen into either one of those. But beyond that, do you have any idea of how you rank the likelihood of needing, of those occurring?
I wouldn't know the likelihood, no.
It's obviously pretty low, but I didn't know if you like internally ranked them or had some idea beyond that.
So ranking of these 4 listed on the page, 1 and 2 would be last, because that would be a force majeure event on the pipeline. So 3 and 4 would be a higher rank if you want to rank them, just because what if we don't buy that gas, or what if we don't schedule it by 2000 that night? Then you have until 10 a.m. the next day and you might burn more or less than what you were expecting.
Okay.
And so this operational flow order, which we call OFOs, that's a penalty if you overburn or underburn, depending on what the OFO says. So it's a financial penalty. So I would say the order would be 3, 4, and then 1 and 2. You want to rank them?
All right. Thank you. And then the last question is with regard to Dominion's supply sources. Within your supply program, are there sources that you consider to be more or less risky? And could you talk us through that?
So nuclear obviously is the least risky, baseload units. Is that what you're asking? Like what types of fuel sources and how risky they are?
And with regard to your gas supply?
With regard to gas supply. So
sources from which you procure your gas.
Right. So Possum Point 6 would probably be the riskiest of the gas units, but it's also dual fuel. So if we didn't get the gas, we'd switch to oil. Brunswick, Greensville, Bear Garden, they're all on Transco. So if I purchased too much at Greensville, I could switch it to Brunswick or Bear or any other unit that runs on Transco. So like my 4 Remington units that are quick start CTs, say I had a Brunswick unit trip and I needed to burn the gas somewhere, I would bring on my 4 Remington units. Warren County, they have multiple sources of pipelines that they could use, so I would say that's less risky. Yorktown 3, for example, it's really hard to get gas there, but they also can start up on oil. So.
And with regard to the suppliers from where you get that gas, I hear the different pipelines, but beyond what you've told me, is there any other consideration for having a firmer source versus do you rank them at a risk?
No.
All right. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I'm just very curious about the trends of self-supply and backup. You say you've been following that and tracking that. Could you just say some comments about the trends? Is it something that, after every, not curtailment because you don't have those, but after every storm, people flood the generator, the generator stores and buy them? Have you been tracking it? And is that anything anybody has ever done on a residential side to kind of know if that's how fast it's growing through a survey or something? But I'm more interested in your large customers. Is it getting to be unusual for someone not to have backup these days, or is it?
Yeah, it varies by type of customer, I would say, and it kind of follows similar to what you said. Sometimes it follows events. I know, as an example, for us, our big event was Hurricane Isabel back in 2003, and immediately after that, food lions everywhere were putting in generators because they went long periods of time without power. So I think it's probably more specific to whatever that customer's needs are. We do see, I'm not going to say the trend is way up, but we do see that trend going up some in certain categories.
Yeah, just curious. Sure.
Commissioner Gray.
So I gave up my landline a few years ago. I only work with this one. The power goes out. On slide 8, you show communication opportunities, all of which depend on public media. Oh, by the way, I only have a dish. I don't have local Spectrum or Comcast. So how am I going to get the notice?
That's a good question.
I'm getting ready to retire, so I need to know.
I mean, I think we hit many of the actual media type outlets and communications outlets, but I will say that as a company, we're always looking to further our methods of communicating with customers. And one of the things that we're trying to do is get more towards where the question kind of revolved around the original question that Commissioner Clodfelter brought up about how do we communicate when that outage is going to occur, because that is kind of an event. We would like to get to the point where we can set something up and say, hey, customer, you're going to go out 15 minutes, but it's got to be to a medium that customer necessarily uses. And we are pushing more of our communications to cellular mediums, either through texting or I would call it advanced, kind of like a VR, a voice response, kind of a pushed message out to folks, but we're not to that point quite.
Yeah, because a cell tower needs power as well.
And that's an internal problem that we are currently dealing with as well, because we use a lot of cell communications internally, and keeping that communications network up is critical to being able to do our job as well.
Urge you to take a look at it.
Commissioner Brown Bland.
I had one more with regard to the load shed question that you discussed with Commissioner Kleinfelter regarding, you said some circuits were not a part of the load shed program because they had positive generation.
Correct.
Do you know at any point in time which circuits, is there being capable of knowing which circuits have that net positive due to distributed generation?
Yes, we have digital communications to all our substations, so we know when the flow is positive or negative.
So at all times you're able to assess?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Well, let me follow up on that. But as I understood it, the structure of your program is that if you are net positive on some periodic basis, you're outside the program.
That's correct.
Even if on the given day of the bad event, there's no positive flow off of that circuit.
That's correct.
You're still exempt.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I want to be sure I understood it correct.
Right. Yeah, we can still see that. We can still see what it is real time, but in the program itself, they're
Right.
Just a few questions for y'all. Mostly follow up on comments already made, but I want to talk for a minute about OFOs during extreme weather. Just educate me a little bit. Are OFOs common during extremely cold weather?
Yes, very common.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the pipeline will call the OFO and they'll say, don't be short or don't be long.
Okay, so that's just a common operational.
Yeah, even during non-extreme weather events, we have OFOs and they'll say, and they'll give a percentage too. So they'll say, don't be long by 5% or don't be short by 2% even.
Okay, so the company is accustomed to operating subject to OFOs.
Very common.
Hasn't posed a serious, I mean, help me understand, do they pose, I can understand that it would be challenging to operate under an OFO, but problems?
No problems, if we trip a unit and it says don't be short gas, then they have to scramble to figure out how to get rid of the gas. But they're so common that we're used to running with OFOs.
Okay. Increasingly common?
Yes.
Okay. The fuel oil, again, this is just education for me. How often do you all go into a situation where you have to burn fuel oil?
So if PJM dispatches a unit and we've offered it on oil, we will check to see if there's gas, and if there's not, then we'll run it on oil, or check to see if we want to buy the gas. In the winter time, it's usually an economic decision where oil is equivalent to $15 or $20 gas. So if gas prices go to 30, we will economically make the choice to run on oil.
Okay.
It's usually not we don't have the gas. It's more of an economic decision.
Okay. And so do I understand correctly then that the company will burn oil at times other than extreme situations when there is a shortage of gas?
That's correct.
It's an economic, it could be an economic decision. Okay. And so do I also understand then that you're sort of continually cycling through oil supply so that you never have a situation where the oil is just sitting there on site?
Right. That's right. So yes, we try to run oil at least once a year, make sure it can run. And then we're cycling through the oil and the demon water. Demon water is a big thing when we run on oil.
Okay.
We'll run out of demon water before we run out of oil.
Okay. The company's response to question number 10, critical natural gas infrastructure sites and load shedding programs. I understand the company's response there, but can you help me understand what type of critical natural gas infrastructure? Question. So the company's response to question number 15 was given prior to the commission's becoming aware that Dominion intends to withdraw from the VACAR reserve sharing arrangement. Does the company's response to question 15 change in light of this development?
15. You mean, so question 16.
Was it 16?
So
Okay, sorry, 16. And then I'm going to ask you about 15. So yes, does the answer to 16 change?
I would say the answer would not change only because Dominion is part of this VACAR reserve sharing agreement. They haven't used it in the last 10 years. Nothing with the reliability would change as we still have reserve requirements in PJM.
So when you say they haven't used it, you mean Dominion hasn't relied on it because Dominion is part of PJM?
PJM has not relied on it.
Okay. PJM hasn't called on the other VACAR members. Okay. All right, transmission capacity, and the VACAR situation. So, let me get to my questions here. Will Dominion and PJM, to the extent that you can answer on PJM's behalf, have to change its transmission capacity available to the PJM North Carolina interface, as a result of this change and as a result of Dominion's pulling out of ACAR?
I do not think so. Do we want PJM to verify that?
Yes, and then I want to ask you, so yes, I want PJM to verify that, and PJM, y'all can come on up. And what about sort of the emergency situation? Because the company's response indicates that additional transmission capacity could be available under emergency situations. Does Dominion's withdrawal from VACAR implicate what might be available on an emergency basis? Is that also a PJM?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
PJM.
All right, just for the record, gentlemen, would y'all introduce yourselves, please?
Yes, I'm Donnie Belock, Senior Manager of Dispatch for PJM Interconnection.
Matt LaRock, Senior Manager of Regulatory for PJM. North Carolina is one of my states.
All right, well, good morning, gentlemen. Did you all hear my question to Dominion?
Yeah, I heard the first question. I was walking up during the second.
Okay, so just in general, help us understand the information that Dominion provided to us in response to questions number 15 and 16 was provided prior to the commission's becoming aware that Dominion intends to withdraw from VACAR. So what, with respect to transmission capacity available at the North Carolina interface, does Dominion's withdrawal from the arrangement change that transmission capacity that's available?
The withdrawal of Dominion from the VACAR Reserve Sharing Group does not change any of the transmission capability between either Virginia, North Carolina, or the greater PJM control area and the Carolina region. And all of our existing capabilities to transfer energy, both north to south and south to north, remain status quo.
Okay, perfect. You answered that question. And so, and I assume, help me just confirm for me that it would be also the same on, for emergency situations, that there's not going to be a reduction in transmission capacity available under emergency situations as a result of Dominion's withdrawal from VACAR?
Correct. There are no changes as far as transmission capability under emergency conditions either.
Okay, okay, thank you. All right, let me just look back through my notes. All right, Commissioner Duffin.
I have a follow-up about your comment about the economic decision to burn fuel oil versus natural gas. Can you remind me, are there environmental restrictions on how long you can run that fuel oil?
Yes.
Can you remind me what those are?
So it depends on the station. But there are environmental considerations when we do run oil, so we also take that into consideration when we dispatch oil.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, can you just give me a general range of length of time you're able to burn the fuel oil?
Generally,
it's okay.
Depends on the
It
station.
depends on the station. They all have different permits.
Okay.
So it's typically, if you're going to run the oil for more than a few days, you're kind of hitting your limit.
Okay.
On the CTs, on the large heavy oil units, those obviously they can run in a base load condition, but for the small CTs, those are typically, after a couple of days, you get pretty close, if not exhausting your emissions.
And during an emergency event, how likely is it that EPA would give exemptions on those permits?
I'd rather not speak for the EPA, but in our none of our procedures or processes involve us willfully violating a permit to meet a blackout condition. We'll figure out a way to not do that and to not violate the permit and work through that situation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Definitely, may I follow? Question, ask your question. Do your permit conditions include options for variations in the emission limits based upon emergency weather conditions?
For black-
Is that built into your
For
permit?
some of the black start units, that's correct. We have some, we have permit limits that increase emissions so we can slowly ramp up in a blackout or in a black start condition, but not from a cold weather perspective. Operating in that condition, we still have the same permit to apply to as we would on a beautiful day in April.
So if the unit is starting up from black start, your permit may accommodate that, but if the governor declares a state of emergency, your permit doesn't accommodate that.
Declaring a state of emergency, no, it would
No,
not
that,
accommodate that.
thank you for the clarification.
All right, last question for me. You all have described the company's coordination with its various customer groups. And what I'm hearing is it mostly the communication and coordination, at least with the larger customers, occurs between the account manager and the customer. Is that correct? Is there any, just in terms of communication with other utilities, such as natural gas utilities or water and wastewater companies, does the company have more formalized protocol for coordinating with other utilities, or do those communications occur sort of in the same way as with other customers?
Occur pretty much the same way as other customers. Now, we'll say with water facilities, we have governmental folks who interact with folks at county and state levels, and they're kind of intermediaries in many cases. They talk about issues that involve either the company or their location. So there's probably more communications between us and the governmental entities than other general customers.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. All right. Let me check in and make sure there are no additional questions for the Dominion Energy Group. All right. You all may step down. Thank you very much for your comments here today.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public staff. Public staff. I see some panicking over there. I'm sorry, guys. All right. Well, I'm going to turn the public staff loose. We're going to take a break in just a few minutes for our court reporters. So public staff, go ahead and get started, and then we'll take a break shortly.
Good day. My name is Dustin Metz. I'm an engineer with public staff. I have some general questions. They can go to anyone in the panel. Also have some general, excuse me, some general questions for PJM. So from PJM's perspective, if you have anything to add on, just request that you add on as required. The public staff sent some discovery questions on March 25th. The response to question 1 highlights forced outage rates between Dominion's fleet and PJM. Could you provide some context as to why the unit outage rates differ between PJM and Dominion?
So I can't speak for PJM and what makes up the value for them. They may be able to speak to that, but from our perspective, 2014, we had some large units that were in outage that crossed that polar vortex period that we did not have in 2015. In addition to that, in 2015, we had the benefit of having Warren County online for that event. So a little bit different operating perspective for us. But I don't have any data on the difference in the PJM rate.
PJM.
As far as the 2014 event, I believe we're speaking to?
The 2014 or 15 event, yes.
The 2014, there was a variety of reasons for the forced outage rate. I didn't come prepared with those statistics, the vast majority of which was gas availability.
Okay, thank you. And follow up to that, does PJM provide any direction to PJM members or requirements for unit inspection processes? For that way, someone like Dominion that needs to verify generators to be able to operate.
Yes, we do a lot of outreach as far as cold weather preparations. As was previously stated, the entire PJM fleet is now capacity performance. So they are responsible for performing really at all times, specifically during strained conditions. However, while it is the responsibility of the generation owner, PJM does facilitate a lot of the required testing and checking as far as making sure that those units are fully prepared for winter operations.
Thank you. And how often does PJM perform those inspections or verifications? Is it annually before the winter season, before the summer season?
Correct, yeah. So typically speaking, it's annually prior to the cold weather operations.
Thank you. I have some general questions on cold weather impacts for the generation fleet. Have there been any challenges with the coal generation fleet with potentially the coal pile freezing or coal resupplies? Again, this is bridging from 2014, 15, 18, and present day.
No, so typically we will bolster those supplies in the late summer and fall to ensure we have adequate supplies on site. We can't control what happens in the out western part of the state. Typically the weather may be a little bit different out there. But we ensure those supplies are full going into the winter from a coal perspective. We don't want to have to rely on some type of a weather-related issue, either at a mine or with the railroad, that are out of their control as well.
Let's say physically now it's sitting on the pile and we had a freezing rain and it's soaked in and isn't able to move. Do y'all make any preparations prior? Start moving coal in advance or?
Yeah, so we will keep coal silos or bunkers full within the power station. Some facilities have dry storage on site. But typically in a cold weather situation or falling weather situation, you take the first couple feet off the coal pile and that's where you're starting to get to the dry coal. Keeping it compacted when it's in a steady state, proper drainage for the water and snow melt to run off. But really it's just about proper management of that pile of assets that you have there.
Thank you. For any of the cold weather events, have there been for any thermal generation plants or even the nuclear plants? Has there been any freezing with, say, the cooling tower or at the intake that have caused not necessarily unit outages, but also unit derates?
For intakes, no. Those are on a river. They're on a pretty deep suction area, so we don't see a lot of the suction area is maybe 20 or 30 feet below, so you don't see a lot of freezing there. You will see some issues with traveling screens maybe, but those are easily rectified just through keeping them in service. And cooling towers, not really. Icing of a tower is a primary concern. It's more of a structural issue, maintaining icing off the tower so you don't have some type of weight loading that could impact the tower, but not from a generation perspective. Typically, they're designed with fans that you can reverse and exhaust the heat a different direction to melt the ice, but it doesn't really affect generation. I mean, they love the cold weather, so that typically is not a problem.
All right, thank you. Turning back to the discovery that we sent y'all on March 25th, follow up to question number 6. Would Dominion or critical infrastructure accounts like natural gas, feed water cooling to certain generation plants? Maybe restate it differently. I guess I'm a little bit confused when we're talking about critical accounts or critical assets. I think the word critical is potentially interchanged. If you look at a customer who may be a critical customer, let's just call that a hospital. Well, generation units won't be dependent upon that hospital to keep fuel supply or water supply or et cetera. But however, fuel supply or water supply would be identified as critical. Could you delineate between critical infrastructure or critical nature?
Sure what you're missing something there.
So in question number 6, it defines as the contact list for critical infrastructure. So I guess I'm a little bit confused of what's the difference between a critical customer versus a critical infrastructure.
So a critical customer is one that has been identified as having some critical function, usually by the owner of whatever that account serves. Critical infrastructure is what we deem as things that we want to exclude from the load shed plan. And as I mentioned before, it could be other factors like, do they have on-site generation that covers certain components of their processes that they can withstand a 15-minute interruption and not be harmed, so to speak.
Okay. And so then the annual notification, is that applied to both critical customers and critical infrastructures, or is it only the
Critical customers.
It's only
To
the
all the critical customers, and then if there are any changes made, then we assess it to determine whether it's critical infrastructure in terms of the load shed process.
Okay, thank you. So going back, do you know offhand how many critical owners respond to the annual reminder?
I don't know how many respond.
Does Dominion audit the critical owner contact information to ensure that the reminders are indeed making it to the active participants, whether it's telephone, email?
And we do follow up to be sure that they got the request.
And when you send out the annual reminder, by what means is the reminder? Is it like via the key account manager? Is it just via telephone, or is it via email, or?
It's any combination of those. If it's depending on the customer, if they're a key account assigned, it will go through them. If it's a direct contact to a governmental entity, it will go to a contact point that we have with them.
And on the annual reminder, when you send it out, is there just a expectation when you get the responses back, or is there something saying Dominion says, we want these responses back in 30 days?
No, it's more or less on the customer at that point. We rely on them to provide us the updated information. So if they don't respond and provide us any updated information, then we don't keep pursuing it, if that's your question.
And so if they don't respond, do you just assume where you last left off is the status quo, or you say, well, since you didn't respond, you're no longer critical and we're going to move you?
No, if they don't respond, everything stays there as it was. It's only for changes to the plan. So if it's an existing critical customer, critical infrastructure, we don't make any changes to that. So it's not that we're taking things off the list if they don't respond. Everything stays on the list. We only change things that they won't change.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going back to my electrician days. Used to work on, say, remote or distribution, either say natural gas or even more water specific. So you're driving down the road and you'll drive by a pit, 16 by 16 pit by 4 feet deep, and you get a bunch of water pipes that are running through it with telemetry, and it has a meter sitting on it. Those are more distribution connected services for potential critical infrastructure or critical customers. Would those because I'm walking back a little bit when you were talking earlier, saying, yes, if they're transmission connected, they're clearly critical. But what about the distribution connected circuits or distribution components that are even woven to the system? Are those also designated as critical?
Yeah, that's really what this chart that we have is. Those mostly are distribution level customers. It's not transmission customers.
Okay.
So that all that classification is basically for distribution level customers.
And that's still dependent upon the owner to inform you all to say, this is the function of what it's serving.
Right, because there again, we don't know what the criticality of any function that our customers have. They may have something that it may be critical to some other component of their process or system that we don't have a clue about. So we rely on them to tell us which accounts or which items in this that we serve are critical to their processes.
Thank you. And follow up to question number 7. Dominion stated there's no reminder sent to natural gas providers. I want to ensure that I'm using the correct vernacular in the context of natural gas providers. You mean natural gas providers is either an LDC or Transco?
Either. It's either.
And then the reasoning behind why no reminder is sent to those natural gas providers, or can you provide context of why no reminder is sent to them?
As I indicated earlier, once an account is originally set up, that criticality is set, especially for some type of a utility type service. Usually that criticality doesn't change. But if it does change, we rely on them to tell us, hey, this has become a critical, what was not critical before has become critical now. But we don't send a reminder to them specifically to say, hey, look at all your accounts and determine if any of these have changed to critical.
Okay. As a late filed exhibit, could you provide a locational map of the 34 circuits subject to the load curtailment?
Could we provide that?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And follow up the company's response to public staff question number 9. For the 2014 event, and some of these questions are also pulled from Duke Energy responses, so I apologize. For the 2014 event, did DEP receive 200 megawatts from PJM, or is that 200 megawatts sent from Dominion's allocation through the VACAR VERSIG?
Might be from Duke responses. What question was that, Dustin?
So, and following up the question number 9 from Dominion's responses, then looking back and correlating some information that we got from Duke, which I can go find that response. I interpret the response to be that, and I've also heard earlier today that for the last 10 years, Dominion has not been called upon for their VACAR or the VERSIG a lot. But when I was reviewing Duke's responses, and this might be a question better off for Duke or look more to the PJM folks to this, was in 2014, I believe it was 2014, that 200 megawatts came from PJM. So I guess I was curious just to verify that was not Dominion's VERSIG allotment, that was PJM's.
It may have been emergency power.
Maybe emergency power and not the VACAR VERSIG.
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain the differences between the two and how they would classify in one and not the other, please?
Yeah, so as far as emergency power is concerned, that would be actual interchange observed in real time from the PJM Balancing Authority to the Duke Balancing Authority, as opposed to reserves, which are deployed after a disturbance on the system, namely a loss of a large unit. So the reserves were held and maintained by Dominion Virginia during that time frame. However, to further assist the Carolinas, PJM was able to provide that emergency energy, which flowed in real time across the ties.
All right, thank you. And I look to the Duke team. If I misinterpreted your responses, could you please clarify when y'all come up? Mr. Hinton.
Commission's indulgement. I don't have any questions. I just have a comment. Ms. Patel, when you started the conversation, you talked about the 2014 Vortex event. And I want to compliment your company and PJM for doing a very well publicized study, research effort, and you made some significant changes to your capacity market to make sure the power was there when it was called upon. This was the publicized element was well documented on your websites. This was not necessarily the case with not show such as Duke or particular SCE and G. At that time, I only learned about their shortage of power, I believe 300 megawatts short on January 7th, 14, through a FERC publication. That enabled me to talk to the South Carolina staff and get an ex parte, or excuse me, a communication on what actually transpired on that day and who they depended on for power and who they did not. As you know, DEP was very short on capacity and they could not provide any emergency power. There was some provided by, I think, Duke, Carolina, but not Progress. Anyway, the point was, it was well publicized. It was a load shedding event. There was actually 17,000 customers who were shed in the southern area of the service territory, the Charleston area in particular. It was not well publicized in the newspaper. I could find no report. I guess customers felt like a line had a tree on it and whatnot. Anyway, but you all tackled this issue with, I think, with sophistication and grace and intelligence and effort. So I compliment you, Dominion and PJM, for your efforts. And I think that served the public well.
Thank you.
I had a couple of questions, just to follow up. What is an example of a high-profile customer? You mentioned that as one of your categories.
Well, so in those, I mean, you can see various categories here. So prisons, high profile, not necessarily something that's excluded from any load shed. Say critical traffic signals. So if you look down through that list, you can see some of that's just a sampling of some of the types of things that fall within that category. Doesn't mean they're not important. It just means that they're not excluded from the load shed. Because if the thing to remember with load shed is you're trying to shed load to save the system. So you don't want to make everything critical or everything so high profile you don't have anything left to work with. So.
Are cell towers in Group Z? You talked with Commissioner Gray about problem of
No,
needing cell.
They're not.
Has that been considered as we become more and more dependent on cellular?
One of the problems with cell towers are they're everywhere. So that there again, if you make all of those critical, you most likely would deplete your ability to shed a lot of circuits. And as I mentioned, the intent of a load shed program is to save the system, to shed load as much as you can to save the system. So if you exclude too many things, and cell towers are a good example. Now, we do have communications with cell owners across our territory, which I would presume happens with many utilities. And they have key sites as well that they also put backup generation in. So not every cell tower goes down, but you know, when it does go down, if you're not near one of those, it's a critical one for them that has backup generation, you probably would lose your cell service after some period of time. And also some do have backup battery systems in place that'll hold them up for a short period of time.
How do you see an increase in distributed energy resources where you have more net positive circuits? How do you see that affecting your load shed program?
Well, as I noted, it's definitely something that has drawn our attention in the North Carolina area over the last 3 to 5 years. It complicates it a bit because now not only are you trying to shed load, but as we talked about before, there's probably times of the day and night and evenings, depending on when the situation is there, that we may need to do more segmentation of time such that you don't exclude them all the time, but you maybe during certain times of the day. I think that will evolve as time goes on, but right now we don't have that technology in place to know everything we need to know every instant of the day to make the changes in the program.
And my last question was for PJM. In the response to number 14, PJM said it had not conducted energy transfer studies that were recommended in the FERC report, but you discussed the capacity benefit margin verification study, as well as you've done some maximum import-export transfer capability studies. Are those a complete substitute for the recommended studies that the FERC report recommended?
Unfortunately, I'm not the one at PJM to best answer that question, so I cannot say that it's a definitive 100% replacement or not.
Okay. Can you tell me any differences that you're aware of?
I'm unaware of any differences in their case setup. Unfortunately, those are run by a different division within PJM.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all for the public staff.
All right, at this point, we will take our first break of the day. Let's go off the record, please, ma'am. We will be back on the record at 11:30. My plan is for us to go until about 1:30, and then we'll take a quick break for lunch. So everybody get a snack. All right, let's go back on the record, please. Before we get to Duke, I have two more questions for the PJM team. Just continuing to explore the changes, if any, that will occur as a result of Dominion's withdrawal from the VACAR reserve sharing group. Due to Dominion's leaving VACAR, will the transmission that had been reserved for those VACAR obligations be freed up for other uses such as generator interconnection or other transmission services requests?
Unfortunately, I'd have to explore that and provide an answer at a later date. I don't have that answer in front of me right now.
Okay. Is that question is clear, though?
Yes, I
Okay.
do understand the question.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Sort of a related question. So we understand that the transmission system will have the same capability, but will that same capability still be available for energy transfers during emergencies? And I believe you may have already answered this question. I just want to be entirely clear.
Yes, there would be no changes to the availability of energy transfer on the transmission system during regular operations or emergency operations.
Okay, so Dominion's withdrawal from VACAR is not going to change the possibility for emergency transfers, the
That is-
potential for it.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. Any capacity that would be available for that purpose?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any additional follow-up on those questions? All right. Thank you, guys. Y'all may take your seats. All right. Next up, we have got Duke. All right. Let's see. Mr. McCoy, if you could, there he goes. And just for purposes of the record, gentlemen, would you please introduce yourselves?
Yes. So my name is Sammy Roberts, and I'm the General Manager of Transmission Planning and Operations Strategy.
Good morning. I'm Joe McAllister. I am the Managing Director of System Optimization.
So good morning, Commissioners and Chair Mitchell. Thank you for this technical conference opportunity to provide more context around Duke Energy's responses to the Commission's questions concerning docket M-100 sub 163 concerning cold weather preparedness. This morning's presentation by Duke Energy will offer additional context concerning the 5 topics and 19 questions put forth to Duke Energy in the January 26th Commission order. Duke Energy will be glad to pause at any time to answer Commission questions during the presentation. So you don't need to feel like you have to reserve your question until the end. The first 2 Commission questions in your order were related to Duke Energy's lessons learned from the February 11th, 2021 Ercot event. So I'd like to start with a brief summary of the highlights from the event. It'll be very brief. So first, Ercot did average about 34,000 megawatts of generation unavailable for 2 consecutive days. Second, the 23,400 megawatts of firm load shed within Ercot, SPP, and MISO represented the largest controlled firm load shed event in U.S. history. Third, more than 4.5 million people in Texas lost power, with some losing power up to 4 days, and some of those people losing power being subject to sub-freezing temperatures. Fourth, power was cut to nursing homes, natural gas facilities, and water pumping stations, and people were ordered to boil drinking water. And lastly, from the NERC report, there were 2 main causal factors. The first being generating units were severely unprepared for cold weather and failed in large numbers. And second, natural gas production issues to cold weather interrupted heating and gas generation. So how is Duke going to avoid these issues experienced in Ercot, or how do we avoid these issues, and how are we prepared for not having the same cold weather impacts? So Duke Energy continuously learns. We're pursue operational excellence. We are pursuing continuous improvement with our procedures and processes. And as I said, we've learned from past cold weather events. So the first one I'd like to refer to is the 2011 Ercot cold weather event. And with that one, we learned to ensure proper operation of circuit breakers to avoid things like, the grease becoming hard and not operating properly or having low gas pressure in those gas circuit breakers. Second, we learned about the importance of established protocols for canceling generation and transmission outages. And also, we learned the importance of fuel switching capabilities. In the January 7th, 2014 polar vortex, we learned about the importance of starting generators early, and that way you can make sure that they can run effectively on that fuel oil, or if there are any issues, you may have time to fix those prior to the actual cold weather incurring on the system. Planning for fuel contingencies, such as if you plan your gas and you have a large generator nuclear coal unit to trip, you need to make sure you have planned for that contingency with respect to your gas procurement. We also learned to ensure heat tracing is designed properly and electrical circuit diagrams are accurate for freeze protection circuits. And we also improved our coordination and communications associated with our load reduction plans. And I'll have more about that later in the slide deck. With the February 20th, 2015 polar vortex event, probably the coldest winter morning for DEP and DEC, where DEC realized a 7-degree system average temperature and DEP realized a 10-degree system average temperature, we actually postponed the start of a nuclear refueling outage, if you remember that event, in 2015 by 7 days. And that was a decision that had to be made. And we had established the right authority for the groups to make that decision, and we made that decision, and it paid dividends for serving our customers reliably that week. We also learned the importance of prompt corrective action with respect to implementing freeze protection freeze protection for deficiencies, and operating our system at these higher winter peak demands. And just to give you a reference, the DEC-DEP combined demand was around 36,700 megawatts for that morning. And only one day has surpassed that, and that was January 5th, 2018 at 36,900 megawatts. The next was the January 2nd through 8th, 2018 bomb cyclone event. And with that event, Duke learned that our load forecast model performance had some improvement opportunities, and specifically for the evening peak and overnight loads. And you say, why not the peak? Why evening and evening peak loads and overnight loads? Well, that has to do with your fuel consumption, right? I mean, if you don't forecast accurately for every hour, not just the peak, your fuel plan will be off. And your fuel plan can't be off with sustained cold weather for a week like we had in early 2018. So also, we learned that we need to have better communications still with our load reduction plan in certain areas that we didn't address back in 2014 and 15. In the remainder of this presentation, I'd like to discuss some of the lessons we learned from the 2021 Ercot event. So based on Duke Energy's experience, diversity of resources and diversity and firmness of fuel sources are key enablers for reliable power supply during a cold weather event. Ercot's portfolio was highly dependent on natural gas, and the capability that Ercot generators had for operating on backup fuel had not been tested and wasn't reliable. And just the numbers to bear that out, 87% of the fuel issues involved natural gas fuel supply. 13% involved issues with other fuels such as coal or fuel oil. 41 out of 392 generators were capable of fuel switching, and only 86% of those, 86% of those attempting to switch fuel to fuel oil failed. So 86% failed to properly switch to fuel oil. And I'll cover Duke Energy's practices for testing fuel switching capabilities in later slides. So the next set of commission questions
Mr.
related.
Roberts, can I interrupt?
Yes.
So this 86% that failed in the fuel switching, Is that similar to what happened in the polar vortex? I know you mentioned this as a learning. We didn't hear it before, but part of the problem with the polar vortex is the companies weren't annually testing or quarterly testing to make sure their units would actually start up. Is that a similar type of situation that you're discussing, that this can be fixed, this 86% fail rate can be fixed with quarterly testing or annual testing to make sure that those units will switch?
Yes, properly testing fuel switching capabilities helps. Starting units early and making sure that they can run on that fuel oil, even if it's just for a few hours when it's getting cold, helps. And then also remediating any issues discovered in that testing, such as high delta P across the filters, indicating you need to change your filters out, or indications of fuel nozzles clogging. Those sorts of things can be remediated if detected during that testing.
And it's my understanding, I heard you state that you have, the company has been increasing their testing of all of these units.
Yeah, that's correct. So we have a guidance document in place now that requires quarterly testing of simple cycle CTs, and it requires annual testing of the CTs associated with combined cycles. You're welcome.
On this, I've had some questions for you later, but since we're on the topic now, let's just get them out of the way now. We won't come back to them. So if your weather forecasts are showing, or your 15-day out forecasts are predicting a problematic event 15 days out, do you test at that point?
Yes, so system operations will request, if we see extreme cold weather coming from the meteorologist forecast, we will request testing of units on fuel capability if we know we're going to need to run those with respect to our fuel plan.
Okay, thanks. That saves a question later. Before you go on to, also have a question about your pie chart. They're just simple questions about the chart, and we won't come back to them. The source date of 2035 pie chart, the source date is the 2020 IRP. Is that the base case, or is that one of the other cases?
It is the base case.
It is the base case. And on that chart, what does DFO stand for?
Dual fuel operation.
Dual fuel. So those are your dual fuel units.
So those are past solely coal-fired generators, but they've been converted to be able to operate on coal or gas. That's our dual fuel. You'll also notice a pretty good section of the pie with gas CTs.
Right.
Primarily, all of those have fuel capability.
Well, I'm glad I asked now, because we were going to get to it later in a series of questions. So the DFO units were converted coal units?
They can run on gas or coal or a blend. That's correct.
So they can run on coal. In 2035, they're predicted to be either coal. So for example, I don't think this is confidential. So for example, that would be Bellows Creek.
So, and this was 2020 RP.
Right.
Information, so subject to
I understand.
But, so yes.
It's all up in the air.
In the 2020 RP, you have some Marshall coal
Right.
units, Blues Creek, and Cliffside 5.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's helpful.
Mr. Roberts, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Do all of the companies, both companies, CT units have dual fuel capability?
So some of the CTs are oil only.
Okay.
And some of the CT sites that are dual fuel, it's hard to get enough gas during the winter time due to demand. And so they're proficient. They've run on oil several times. And that's where a lot of the other fleet got their lessons learned from about running reliably on fuel. And that's our Wayne County or Lee Energy Complex. But all the other stations, subject to check, all the other CT stations have backup fuel.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, we're on this. So again, since we're on it, we'll stay. So I was looking at that chart you got on who's got dual fuel capability. And one of the things that jumped out at me is that you converted over recent years, converted 3 coal-fired units to combined cycle units, and those were not given dual fuel capability when the conversion occurred. Why was that?
Converted coal units to combined cycle.
Yep. Buck, Dan River, and
Okay, I got it. Replace the generation.
yeah.
Yes, yes. So we were able to get firm gas supply associated with those generators. And with that firm gas supply and being close to Transco, very close to Transco, we felt that the risk was almost zero associated with losing gas supply to those units.
So that's why the decision was made, not when they were converted from coal to
Right.
combined cycle. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. And there's no plan going forward to dual fuel those?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Thank you.
And that's this. When you actually move to say, one of the fuels that are alternative fuels for these dual fuel capacity units, how long does it actually take to do so? I mean, let's say right now gas was interrupted, you wanted to use oil. I mean, how long does it take to actually put that into place, get it operating?
Right. So if it's a sudden operation, a sudden loss of gas, sudden loss of gas pressure, then the unit's going to trip.
Okay.
And so you're going to have to restart on oil. If it's a controlled switch, usually what we'll do, let's say it's a 5 CT site. We'll take 1 CT at a time. We'll start it on gas, bring it down to, very low output level and switch to oil. And we can quickly do that. Same thing to prevent coking. When we bring it offline, if it's controlled, we'll try to bring it offline using a little bit of gas to fire at the end to prevent coking of the nozzles that can impede its operability. But that's how we do fuel switching.
Got it. And in terms of your fuel supplies, let's say if it's oil, I mean, I know I asked Dominion this question about what supplies they actually keep online. Are you going to get to that later in your presentation, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think our data response said roughly it was around 80 hours on average for a typical site. Now, all sites aren't created equal. Some are, have more or less capability, but that's a general rule of thumb. And in that data response, that was at a point in time too. So we're coming out of winter. You asked us that same question today, it'd probably be closer to 90 hours because we're replenishing for the summer season. But yeah, it's roughly the same as they said, roughly three days on average across the CT fleet.
And when you have that type of oil capacity that's available, is there a certain point in time where the fuel itself may not be as reliable or stable?
No, I think that the plant facilities, they handle that. But yeah, it can set in the tanks for a very long time. It's still usable.
And without any problems in consumption? Okay, burning. Thank you.
Have you increased your supply or your reserves since Texas? Oil reserves for fuel oil? Yeah.
I think we generally try to go into the seasons, at least 80% full. I mean, just as a rule of thumb. And one of the things, remember too, you don't want a site to be completely full because one of the tricks of managing fuel oil when you see something coming is getting product moving, right? It's not just the supply, it's the truck. So, but generally speaking, we're pretty full going into the winter season at most sites.
Well, the question though was, have you increased your capacity
No, we have not increased our physical capabilities at any site.
Okay. And just for a moment, back again, to confirm, on the 3 CC units that were converted, those are firm supply contracts? Those are all not interruptible contracts? Those are firm?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
So based on our experience, as stated before, diversity of resources and diversity and firmness of fuel sources are key enablers for reliable power supply during cold winter weather. And as I told you, Ercot's ability to switch fuel was an Achilles heel. And so once again, I'll speak more to the practices we have for switching to fuel in addition to the answers that I provided to your questions. So the next set of commission questions are related to weather and load forecasting, and the next couple of slides will provide context around Duke Energy's capabilities for weather forecasting and the associated communications and load forecasting methods that we have associated with the weather forecast. So Duke Energy does have 5 full-time meteorologists, and they receive NOAA environmental data and information in near real time, and that's the same data that the National Weather Service utilizes. And using this data and other vendor supplied data, the meteorologists develop a 15-day weather forecast for specific areas in our service territory. And those weather variables that they forecast include dry bulb temperature, cloud cover, dew point, and wind forecast for key locations. The hourly weather load forecast, weather forecast, are provided as inputs to the vendor load forecasting models. And so it's critical that that weather forecast be as accurate as possible in order for the load forecasting models to forecast load as accurately as possible. And those, once again, those weather inputs are utilized in the vendor load forecasting models to forecast the Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress balancing authority loads. And balancing authority is key because you have history. As long as you don't change your balancing authority boundaries, you can always have some correlation between the weather at those centers and the historical balancing authority load. And so the accuracy of the hourly load forecast, that's also critical with respect to fuel planning. As we discussed with the Revelation and the bomb cyclone event, you not only need to be accurate forecasting the peak hour, you need to be accurate forecasting the energy used during the day and the load at each hour. So for situational awareness and of the potential for and or imminent cold winter weather, which is very key to ensuring preparedness of our enterprise and our customers and wholesale customers, etc. That preparedness requires a somewhat accurate weather load forecast. And so our meteorologists, they issue cold air watches that look 15 days ahead and give us projections of any cold air mass moving in and duration that could last, as well as winter precipitation that could occur with that cold weather. And so they issue cold air watches and weather alert communications to the company to provide for that awareness. They also participate in our annual winter weather webinar groups, winter preparedness webinar groups, discussions, and they give a winter season forecast in that webinar. And they also participate in what we call our tailgate meetings, where if there's an impending event, once again, it's a part of our readiness practices to have this tailgate meeting. And in that, we start the beginning of that meeting with safety, of course, and then we go into a discussion from the meteorologist about the weather forecast.
Before you move to power plant performance, a question or two about the weather forecast. Is that okay? Since you invited us to ask you along the way, with the chair's permission, I'll take you up on it.
That's great.
Okay, so in the written response to the question here that we're talking about on weather forecasting, the company says that it blends the data from the selected locations for the 15-day forecasts. It blends those into weighted averages for DEC and DEP. My question really hones in on the real difference between DEP East and DEP West. Do you generate a separate forecast, 15-day forecast on an hourly basis for DEP West and DEP East?
So we have a forecast for our DEP West area that's based on weather variable associated with primarily Asheville, since that's the biggest load center. Right. And then we also have our eastern area, we call it our eastern area load for DEP East. But the overall forecast used for fuel planning and for unit commitment is our total DEP balancing authority area. But we do look at the West in isolation, both from a resource adequacy perspective, a fuel adequacy perspective, et cetera, versus the demand that's forecast.
So operationally, talk me through your 15-day forecast shows you've got a horrendous event coming to the mountains, but you're in sunny weather down east. What happens?
Right. So we will focus on that western area and the weather forecast. However, realizing that that weather may decide to go a little bit more east as well. And so we'll plan on that contingency. But looking at the west, we'll make sure that the firm gas supply is there for our actual units. We'll make sure that the oil supply is there. We'll make sure that transportation is ready to resupply if that's needed with respect to oil. And we try to be very proactive on that because you never know what winter weather may do with road conditions, for example. And so we will also talk with the plant about staffing with respect to unloading that fuel. So there's a lot of preparations and discussion going on with respect to preparing for that system. And of course, our DEC area, it blends over into that western area as well. So there'll be a lot of discussions with that side of their service territory as well, or the DEC side of the service territory as well. And so we'll plan for the event accordingly based on the forecast, but we'll also consider contingency situations and prepare for those as well.
Bottom line is you do prepare a differentiated weather forecast for the western balancing area.
That's correct. Okay. So the next set of questions deal with power plant performance, and this is where we get into the fuel switching and those sorts of things. But and I'll provide more context associated with our responses to the Commission's questions on power plant performance during cold weather events. So per the request, we did look back at the last 3 years, and we didn't have any of our generating units, coal, gas, hydro, that were unable to operate during the last 3 winter peaks. And we owe that a little bit to preparation, but you know, they weren't severe cold winters as compared to like 2014, 15, and 18. But with that said, you can see in the progression from 2014 through 2018 how we've institutionalized lessons learned and procedures. We're executing on those procedures, and it definitely paid dividends in 2018. We saw the performance was there, and we're able to reliably serve our customers during that week. Also, diversity of generation, as mentioned earlier, and diversity of fuel sources is important. But not just during extreme weather. We're having to look at that, you know, more seasons and for different types of weather. Gas burning plants, basically, once again, for those that, you know, the gas supply could be curtailed under an extreme event. We do have backup fuel supply associated with that. And once again, back on testing, Duke Energy does test its combustion turbine fleet on liquid fuel, and we have an internal guidance document for prescribing that test that requires that testing. And it does require quarterly testing of the CTs and annual testing of the CTs associated with the CCs. Also, you asked a question about solar and wind performance, what we might expect there with respect to cold winter weather. And the one thing you'll see from the graph on this slide is that there are fewer daylight hours in the winter. So you have less total energy even on a blue sky day with solar. But also the weather is significantly variable during the winter. You can have consecutive cloudy days. You know, you can have cloudy days followed by a snowy day. And that can significantly impact your solar output. And so we have to keep that in mind as we move forward with respect to carbon reduction. We'll definitely need to be able to do things like be able to shift some of that solar energy to a critical peak time. And we'll also need to supplement this solar capability with other generation that is able of achieving high capacity factors. And just for reference, during the 2018 bomb cyclone event, our coal-fired fleet experienced very high capacity factors, 90%. It's really high. And so when we think about winter operations going forward, if we had another bomb cyclone event, we need something to replace that coal-fired generation that can just demonstrate that same performance and provide that same performance. So with respect to fuel planning and fuel coordination, it's really important during the preparing for winter peaks. This diagram does depict some of the aspects of the fuel planning process, but it also depicts the integrated nature of all the groups that are needed to be involved in this fuel planning. And so you need system operations, you need generation, you need the Joe's Fuels and System Optimization Group. You need load forecasting, unit commitment, meteorology. All those groups need to be involved in that fuel planning in order to have make sure we have adequate fuel to get through the cold weather event of some duration. Also, the more proactive you can conduct this fuel planning, the more successful you're going to be. And Duke does conduct proactive fuel planning. For example, we started having fuel planning meetings around Christmas time to get ready for that bomb cyclone event. And so that, once again, that paid dividends with respect to having an adequate fuel plan and ensuring a reliable power supply. With respect to, looking into the future a little bit, with respect to cold weather operations with high renewable penetration. For cold weather operations with a high renewable portfolio, we will keep on institutionalizing into procedures any learnings. And also it'll be important for us to be able to shape demand more with DSM and DR tools. And as I stated before, be able to shift solar energy into the peak hours through the use of storage. Diversity will continue to be important to avoid common mode failures, such as occurred in Texas with the gas generators. Fuel planning will continue to be paramount. And also, I'd like to reiterate, with the variable nature of renewable output, we'll need to make sure we have supplemental generation to be able to provide that high capacity factor capability, similar to what we saw with the coal generation during the 2018 event. The other thing is historical correlations. A lot of people don't think about this, but historical correlations between that temperature and historical load are going to start breaking down. And the reason is because some of that load you were considering in that correlation in the past is going to be netted out with behind the meter resources. And so that has to be considered going forward, and we'll have to adapt our tools and methods going forward to provide for an accurate load forecast.
Mr. Roberts, I'm going to follow up there. So help me understand how you do that. I mean, are the companies already having to adapt to shifting and shaping that's going on as a result of behind the meter tools?
So currently, we telemeter subject to check 500 kW and above solar output. So a lot of the stuff that's connected to distribution, we telemeter. And so we consider that as a resource, because we have a PPA, we consider that as a resource serving that demand. And so we still have a pretty good temperature to load correlation that can be past history, will be correlated to future load associated with those predictor temperatures and weather data. Going forward, and I'll just throw this out, if you have a lot of Tesla battery walls, rooftop solar EVs, etc., masking that load, commercial could be really big, right? If you have a lot of those type resources masking that load, you're going to have to look at those trends and factor those trends into your load forecast.
So that makes sense to me. So how much of that are you already having to do?
So because there's not a because we telemeter the
Mhm.
500 kW, we're not having to do that currently.
Okay. And so looking down the road, you anticipate that the company may have to begin.
That's correct.
And so how do you plan for that?
Right. Once again, we'll have to use data analytics and trend adoption of different types of technologies behind the meter that are masking that load. And based on that trend, we'll have to have new weights or adjustments associated with our load forecasting tools. And then there's some really smart load forecasting vendors out there, and I'm sure that they'll have to adapt their tools to these considerations.
So what I'm hearing you say is you will have some ability to, let me rephrase. It's not going to be a situation where you're reacting in real time as more and more of this technology is deployed behind the meter, but rather there will be some analysis that the company can do so that you're not reacting in real time.
Correct. We'll definitely try to be proactive on this.
Okay.
Make sure.
And I'll add one more thing. We do have a separate solar forecasting process as well, right? So we talk a lot about load, but there's an internal team within the meteorology team that actually today there is a model that forecasts solar. You know, they're working with the Energy Control Center, the project developers to get better real-time information, particularly for distributed solar. So there is, you know, today we do have a good process, but it needs to continue to evolve.
Okay.
It's integrated into your meteorology.
Yeah, it's a separate model. It's actually it's a open source platform that, you know, government. It's an open source solar forecasting tool that was built by a bunch of a community of developers. We use that. It sits on our weather server, and we are forecasting solar every day, every hour. So I mean, there is somebody that is their job. And in terms of this technological advancements and just information, a lot of it's data, getting better real-time data. That is in process, but it will continue to evolve.
Okay, the next set of commission questions deals with load shedding and curtailment planning. And the following slides will supplement Duke Energy's responses. So first, DC and DP do not have any critical gas facilities on interruptible plans. And also critical natural gas and water infrastructure has been validated as critical load and is the last to be shed in our current load shed scripts. And that's done through the distribution planners in each region, communicating with account managers and knowing what loads are on, customers are on those circuits, and basically incorporating that data into the criticality of that circuit. We are looking at the potential for removing some of these critical loads from the load shed program. So if there's critical gas infrastructure, wastewater processing, et cetera, there is a potential for being able to remove those totally from the load shed program. So we're looking at potentially doing that. Also, with respect to load shedding, we do conduct annual training with our system operators on our system restoration plan, as well as our load shedding process, our load reduction plans, including firm load shedding. And that's done through a variety of simulation exercises, as well as tabletop, as well as reviewing the components of our load reduction plans as required by the NERC standards. Also, as learned in the recent GridX drill with a load shed focus, communications need to be ready and dispersed through multiple channels. And so communications have been refined and are more precise about the communication to customers. Also, in that GridX drill, we learned that we need to refresh employees on the timing and urgency associated with load shed, and I'll explain that a little bit more on one of the next slides. So on this slide, you can see our prioritization associated with our firm load shed programs. And so generally residential customers, small, medium commercial customers, industrial customers, they're shed first. And based on, once again, the feedback from the regional planner that we get and the incorporation into the load shed scripts determines the prioritization if they fall in that lowest priority group. And then second, large industrial and wholesale customers served from distribution. And then lastly, and representing a smaller amount of the load for that region, hospitals, nursing homes, critical agencies, media centers that we're utilizing to communicate those critical messages, et cetera, that all emergency entities, not just Duke Energy, are using to communicate those critical messages. And then also included in the group would be the county and municipal water systems, the wastewater treatment, sewage treatment, et cetera, and gas compressor stations as well if they're fed off distribution. So looking at Ercot's firm load shed graph, which is on the right of this slide, one of the things that is important to note, and I think this is one of the reasons that in the grid exercise this came out, is how fast this load shed event occurred. Within 30 minutes, they were, and this is just this first line, it's not even one of the red circles, getting to one of the red circles. But in this first ramp up, which was extremely quick, in the first 30 minutes, they had shed 5,000 megawatts of load. Within 35 minutes, they had shed 8,500 megawatts of load. And then in 40 minutes, they shed 10,500 megawatts of load. So in 40 minutes, 10,500 megawatts of firm load was shed. And that's looking at a forecast at that time of the morning of, if I remember correctly, around 49 gigawatts of load. Now they would have gone up over 70,000 megawatts, 70 gigawatts that morning if they would have been able to serve all the load, but they had to implement this firm load shed. And so once again, the grid X drill revealed that we need to more broadly educate our employees on the load shed process and how fast it can occur.
Mr. Roberts, on that slide, what does UFLS stand for? That's an abbreviation for what?
UFLS is under frequency load shedding. So with under frequency load shedding, what you're doing is at the substation, you're detecting, there's an under frequency relay. You're detecting under frequency. Our first level is 59.3 hertz, really low. If you get down to 59.3 hertz, these under frequency for, I guess, 0.28 seconds, these under frequency relays are going to activate and they're going to automatically shed that circuit. And so we have to make sure that we have a certain amount per NERC standard. We have to make sure we have a certain amount of load for each under frequency load shedding level.
We're on this slide. Let me go ahead and ask the question. Do you have any circuits that are exempt from load shed for the same reason Dominion does, because they're determined to be net positive generation?
So we do it a little bit differently. Our script, our distribution management system, will actually look at the circuit and see at the point in time we're implementing the load shed if it's net positive. And if it is, it's foolish to shed it because it's helping, it's not hurting.
So it's real time.
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks.
So this slide represents our grid status report, and this goes out to a very broad communication to the company with respect to providing an awareness. And that awareness is the expected level we're going to be in, grid status level we're going to be in for the next 7 days. And in this case, this represents the January 17th through January 24th period of this year. And these grid status levels, green, yellow, orange, red, purple, black, they correlate directly with our load reduction plans. And so the operators and others that are involved in the general load reduction plan reviews and training they understand this correlation, so they understand what the awareness is pointing to. So if they see a yellow, they know the situation's heightened a little bit. Maybe reserves are not going to be, meeting the full need for daily day-ahead reserves, for example, the projections based on load and resources available. And so things that can happen under yellow is it can be communicated to the generators. Don't perform any discretionary maintenance, something that could risk availability of the generator. And so that would help us preserve our capabilities to not get deeper into this color chart or into orange, red, or even worse, purple, where we have rotating outages. And this status report was implemented after the 2014 and 2015 cold weather events. And its sole purpose, once again, was to provide a heightened situational awareness and to be able to communicate effectively grid status. And once again, the purple status is where firm load shed would occur.
DEF, is that Florida?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so it covers all of our jurisdictions in one report.
Okay.
Mr. Roberts, can I ask a quick question about how you implement your firm load shed versus how Dominion implements it? Going back to Commissioner Claude-Felter's question, it sounds like with Dominion, they have prescriptive procedures and the operators follow, if you're in this bucket, you're going to be shed. That can be done very quickly, it sounds like. You mentioned that Ercot, things deteriorated very quickly, and you educate your operators on that issue. But it sounds like Duke's procedure requires more discretion, right? So a circuit's not just within this certain bucket and it's going to be shed. You look at it, is it just for that one category? I'm just wondering about when things start to deteriorate quickly, is there an more automatic, less discretionary procedure that you implement?
So I'll try to describe it, and hopefully this will answer your question, Commissioner Duffley. Within distribution, each of the circuits is categorized into one of these priorities. And there's a script that our distribution management system will run, and it'll go through and it'll do things like pop open reclosers on the circuit or breakers. And that will shed that circuit. And it does so automatically. So the way things would unfold is the ECC, the system operator, will realize something could be imminent, or maybe we look at possibly needing it tomorrow morning, for example, based on forecast and resource availability. We will be communicating with the DCC. If it's morning of, for example, similar to an Ercot event, we will have communicated with the DCC already, but we will make another communication and say, be ready to shed up to 1,000 megawatts of load. And so they'll be ready to shed up to 1,000 megawatts of load with their DMS. All they have to do is plug in that number, hit a button, and boom, you implement that script to do those rotating outages in the DMS. And it's based on that prioritization that's pre-established with those circuits.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the last set of questions are related to energy transfers and reserve sharing. So I'll address the frequency drops first, going kind of a reverse order. But with respect to frequency during cold weather events, it's really that having too much load for the generation. If you have a lot of entities that have that imbalance in that direction, you're going to take energy from the rotating masses and you're going to slow down the system. It reflects in lower frequency. What you don't want to do is get anywhere close to this under frequency load shedding level, first level, which is, like I said, for us, 59.3 hertz. And so we looked at the data that was available to us, which was the January 7th, 2014 day. And the lowest frequency that we saw during that day was 59.94 hertz. Well, that's well above the 59.3 hertz, which is your first level of under-frequency load shedding. So bottom line
Is
is
that level the same for both DEC and DEP? So it's not a
the
system?
59.3 hertz?
Yes.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. Most of the eastern interconnection, with the exception of something like Peninsular Florida, which has a little bit different stability concern, has that same first level, 59.3 hertz. With respect to transfer studies, Duke does participate in regional transfer studies. And also we ran the study as recommended by the report, transfer study by the report. It wasn't associated with any of these groups, but we did look at those transfers for high winter peak demand. But with respect to regional transfer studies, the CERC near-term working group, we participate in that group that does transfer studies. The long-term working group, the Southeastern Reliability Transmission Planning Group, and the North Carolina Transmission Planning Collaborative all conduct transfer studies. And I'll have more on the transfers and transfer capability in response to your questions in the next couple of slides. So this just looks at Texas. And the reason that they weren't able to leverage transfers to be able to avoid some of the rotating outages they have 1,220 megawatts of DC tie capability. So that where they can import a little over 1,200 megawatts. About 400 of that, the ties with the Mexico area were out. And so they could only import 820 megawatts during that morning. And so that was their total import capability associated with the morning in which they started rotating outages. Whereas DC and DEP, we have a little over 1,800 megawatts of import capability used for capacity purchases for resource adequacy. And in addition, we maintain around 1,000 megawatts, a little bit less in DC, a little bit more in DEP, of transmission capacity to enable importing emergency energy from neighboring entities. And that's primarily if we lose a large resource on our system. Also, when we purchase power, we make sure that we procure firm transmission service associated with that, importing that capacity. So we make sure it's reliable. The only thing about purchase power, though, that I would like to highlight is it is usually non-dispatchable. And so looking forward, once again, to a world with a lot of renewables, a lot of variability, dispatchability is going to be very important with respect to managing that variability. So also, I'd like to highlight that as we stated in the 2021 NCUC IRP Technical Conference, we do count on a little over 2,000 megawatts of non-firm assistance from neighbors in our resource adequacy studies for the winter peak. And that compares to the highest I've seen, and I have about 28 years in system operations experience. The highest I've seen is around 1,057 for DEC, DP. And of course, we haven't been merged for, I guess, about 10 years now. So it's longer than I thought. But in that time, I haven't seen anything over that 1,057 that we imported with non-firm assistance in February of 2015.
How does that 2,000 megawatts break down between the two companies?
Yeah, so DEC is around, if I remember correctly, around 800, and then DEC would be the remainder. So it's 1,000. It averages about 1,000 each. And that concludes my presentation. And so we'll answer any further questions that the commission may have.
All right, Commissioner Kleffelter.
Excuse me, gentlemen, this is going to be a little more disjointed because we've covered an awful lot of the questions, so it's going to take me a while to hunt and peck through here to make sure I see which ones we haven't covered. In the written responses that the company filed, the company stated it conducted a review of its gas supply systems and concluded there were no gaps. That's well, it's comforting to hear that, but it's a fairly shall we say high level and generic thing. What would a gap look like? What were you looking for that you didn't find? You speak for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were just looking at the fuel supply, and our suppliers, number one. We have ongoing conversations with Transco, Piedmont, and the other LDC on preparedness. One of the things we did after 2014, we increased the amount of firm supply that we buy to cover the combined cycles at 100% capacity. But I think we just did a review of our suppliers. We did a review of different scenarios with the pipelines and potential risks, compressors going down, those sort of things. And I think that was kind of the high level review we did.
Well, let me ask you a more specific question. Thank you for that. I just, again, when you get an answer that's that general, it doesn't, sometimes as I say, it's comforting, but it doesn't tell you a lot. So I just had to ask. A more specific question though is, and this relates to some information that was in a confidential exhibit you filed, so I'm going to try to ask it in a way that doesn't get into the confidential piece of the material. So in the filing, there was a statement that some of your gas-fired units that are on interruptible supply contracts have in the past experienced curtailment due to demand or cold weather of supply. And what jumped out at me was that one of those units was one of your designated black start units. Do I understand that correctly, that you have at least one of your designated black start units is on an interruptible supply contract?
What response?
It was in response to question 9. And again, I'm trying to ask it in such a way that I'm not getting into anything that's confidential. If you have any such units, let's try to stay as far away as we can from confidentiality. If you have any such black start units that are on interruptible gas supply contracts, why is that? Is it because they're primarily oil burning in the first instance?
Well, we do have some black start units that are oil only. And like I said, I don't know the specific unit, but the other thing is we typically don't buy interruptible supply, right? All the gas we buy on a day-to-day basis or at season ahead is firm. I don't have a specific answer because like I said, I'm not aware of any where we wouldn't have the capability to start a black start unit either on gas or on oil.
So I'll just add, in the DEP system, we do have a black start unit that is dual fuel, and its primary fuel for black start is oil.
Is oil, yeah.
This may be the unit in question. I wonder if we could submit a question for a confidential late filed answer to be sure that I'm understanding that the unit I'm looking at is the one you're thinking of.
Yeah, I think we're thinking of the same.
We can do that, so we don't get into that here today. But that it struck me that you seem to have one that might be on an interruptible supply contract. Thank you for that.
Well, one thing I will add, Commissioner, maybe they were talking about the redelivery contract, that technically it's interruptible, but the supply may be something different. So we'll give you a specific answer.
Okay, we'll frame the question and get it to your counsel in such a way that you can make a confidential filing and response, so we can get clarification on that. With respect to your dual fuel units, again, let me just confirm that if I understood you in response to an earlier question, that you test those units if you predict 15 days out an adverse weather unit, you can test the units then. Is that automatic, or does that require some discretionary decision?
No, it's discretionary. The system operators would usually request such test, or the plant may decide to test in order to make sure there are no issues with running on fuel.
Okay. You do that prompts another question about the weather forecasting topic we were on. You have the ability to request plant-specific forecasts. as I read written filings, of it seemed like those were for purposes of managing the immediate weather conditions that might affect the plant operations themselves. Do you use those for purposes of system operations in an adverse weather event, or are they just like to make sure that you know what the wind velocities are going to be at the Sutton plant when a hurricane comes? Is that the only purpose of those forecasts?
Right. If there is a significant cold weather event, especially one involving winter precip, the meteorology group can provide plant-specific forecast in that instance, and things like wind speed, wind direction.
Is that icing conditions, is that routinely done for all the plants, or is that just on who requests that?
It's usually done on an as-needed basis, and that may come out of something like our tailgate team meeting and that discussion with since generation's representative, meteorology is there, system operations, fuels, all parties involved are in that discussion.
It could be case by case. You might be getting ice in Asheville, but you're only getting rain in Greensboro, so you would ask it for the Asheville plant, but not for the Blues Creek plant. So.
Similar to hurricanes.
Okay, yes. Got it. Thank you. Back on question number 9 that I referred to in a minute, there was, in the written response to that question, the company provided a scenario that showed high renewables, high storage on the system, and no coal units on the system meshed against the actual January events of January 2018. And that filing showed an awful lot of unserved energy. And I'm really curious about why you showed us that scenario. What were the drivers of showing that particular scenario?
Yeah, I mean, it does point to a couple of things. One is it highlights that Duke missed incorporating potential for converting a dual fuel operating unit to full gas that could be a part of a plan going forward. And if you add that one in, it significantly, and if you consider carrying forward the current capacity purchases we have, preserving those, you end up having practically no unserved energy in that scenario. So those things can change, but the one thing I think it does highlight, Commissioner Klopfelter, is that we are going to need some high capacity factor type resources to replace our coal. I mean, it's just for reliability and maneuvering around renewables. And you can see in this case, in the graph on figure 4, it was decent solar performance. There were a couple of days where, it was low output, but for the most part, it was decent solar performance.
I thank you for that. It was a question of curiosity. I think you've satisfied my curiosity about why you showed us that scenario. I understand. Back to the black start question. Let me just generalize the question. Can you provide a late filed exhibit that shows, the question I was asking Dominion is what's the technology configuration of each of those units? What type of unit is it? Is it an industrial frame CT? And if so, what class is it? Is it some other alternative to an industrial frame CT and so forth? You've got an exhibit with all of those units in it. Can we get a version of that just shows us the type of technology platform that's being used on each unit?
Okay. Yeah, as far as identifying black start units, we'll probably have to provide something under seal.
That's fine. I would, if it needs to be if it needs to be confidential, confidentiality is fine with me if it's fine. If my counsel says it's fine, so we're good. Again, we're jumping around a little bit, and again, because you covered a lot of what I would have asked you about in your presentation. I asked Dominion a question I think you heard about what you're beginning to do, or what you're maybe in an advanced state of doing about trying to figure out how to take battery storage, especially, and or microgrid, and integrate those into your planning for those as responsive resources for an extreme weather event. Not in terms of normal grid operations, but as responses to an extreme event. So tell me where you are on that.
Yeah. So there has been a area where and it's been associated with hurricane and shelter, not a cold weather event, but being able to establish power from a local perspective, if it's distribution fee were cut to that shelter to have power for people staying there with respect to being displaced from their homes during a hurricane. We have looked at that scenario, and I think we've implemented something in that line. So in a broad scale, and this is subject to check, I don't think we've looked at an extensive use of microgrids on the system. With respect to batteries, this was a case, by the way, with this shelter, was a case of battery application, by the way. With respect to application of batteries, I mean, you're looking at peaking capacity, you're looking at regulation, you're looking at potentially supplying contingency reserve. There's multiple uses associated with battery storage. The one thing that we are looking at closely going forward is, as you have multiple types of resources, flattening that peak with respect to demand side management, DRE, and then 2-hour storage flattens it a little bit more. Then you get to 2-hour storage doesn't work anymore. You have to have 4-hour storage, or you had to have 6-hour storage in order to keep flattening that peak, lowering that peak value. So that is one of the things we're looking at with respect to application of battery storage. We can't just have a bunch of 2-hour batteries and significantly lower the winter peak.
Well, the things you described, though, seem to me to be related to what I call normal grid operating environment. And I was really curious about whether you'd been thinking any about special uses and special operational situations that you might run into if you were trying to use battery storage to respond to an extreme weather event.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like an uninterruptible power supply type of approach, I don't recall any conversations that I've been involved in, and very probably other people in Duke associated with business development with batteries and so forth are looking at those applications.
It strikes me that operationally, though, you would have to look at a battery very differently because you wouldn't want it to be you got a cold January morning that's the day before an ice storm, and you don't want to be discharging that battery on that normal cold morning because you're going to need it to be charging that day so you can maintain it for the next day's ice storm. So I was thinking that there might be operational differences in how you looked at battery as a resource when you're using it to manage extreme weather, and how that would affect your planning and your operational decisions.
Yeah, I mean, as far as utilizing the capability of the battery to preserve reliability, we will definitely look at preserving that charge state for things like fuel management, things like making sure we can serve really high peak demand over a certain period of days or hours. I mean, from an operations perspective, that's the best answer I can provide.
It's fine. It was a kind of a blue sky question, as I told the Dominion folks. So I just wanted to see where you were in thinking about that kind of blue sky question. So, on communications with customers, you heard some of the questions I was asking Dominion and the question that Commissioner Gray asked Dominion. And thank you for the materials that were in the written filings about the communications with customers. One of the things I was interested in my questioning, and I didn't see it in the Duke materials, is what kinds of communications you're having with customers about the things they need to be doing on their side of the event. Things to protect themselves, safety issues, operational issues about equipment or devices. What types of communications are you doing with customers on those subjects?
Yeah, it's similar to what Dominion stated with respect to things you can do to keep heat in your home, turn down your thermostat, so that you don't have it on 75 degrees, during the cold winter weather. But also, I mean, if we foresee a potential for rotating outages, we'll definitely communicate that potential so that customers are aware of that and can plan accordingly.
Do you have the ability to tell the customer you're up 15 minutes from now?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Same as Dominion. Your situation is exactly the same as Dominion, no different.
Right. And really, that slide on the urgency or the rapid pace at which firm load shed can occur, that sort of inhibits that ability to communicate with that customer on that frequency.
With respect to the other communications you were referring to, what you tell customers to do to protect themselves and to protect their devices and equipment, those were not in your written materials. That's why I ask about them. Are they in written form, and can we just get those so we fill out the record and have everything?
Yeah, I think one of the communications, the diagrams, if I remember correctly, showed how do you prepare?
Yeah.
And so there's some underlying messages associated with that. How do you prepare? We can provide that.
Okay. That's it for start.
Right. Commissioner Brown-Bland.
So I had just one, just one question. When in the questions to the gas utilities, just a second. One of the questions was, how do your utilities gas curtailment emergency plans account for electric generators that rely on gas? And do you communicate with them as to whether they are able to switch to an alternate fuel or whether they have alternative sources of generation available? And Piedmont responded that each generator follows their own internal protocols for using alternate fuel and rolling reserve dispatch or other means to maintain grid resiliency. Could you walk us through the Duke protocols and
Yeah, so
give some explanation?
And I think you're referring to gas management facilities like compressor stations. Is that correct?
In terms of their curtailment plans, we were asking the gas companies how
okay.
they do it when they
The gas
curtail. And so that we were asking, do they communicate and have interactions over, what alternate fuels are available to the electric generator?
So I'll let my colleague Joe.
Yeah, I think if I'm understanding your question right, what we do every day and during cold weather, we send, and I'll just use Piedmont as an example, we send them an hourly by plant gas burn profile. So they know every day what by hour which plants we think we're going to burn gas. Now, what they may not always know in detail is which ones all have backup fuel, or how, Dominion was talking about how you may have to, based on economics, you may actually run a dual fuel CT on oil or gas. But the information that Piedmont gets from us would show our actual gas profile by hour for today and the next 7 days. In terms of how we dispatch certain units, whether it's economic or we're trying to manage gas supply and how we switch that, they probably wouldn't have the ins and outs of that. And I think that's what their question is saying, is that we may switch, we may have a certain plant in a system like Wayne County that in the winter primarily runs it off, so they're familiar with that. But they may not know precisely, the reasons why we switch, but they do know, they do have a profile of which units are going to burn gas and how much we think they're going to burn by hour.
So how do you go about doing, what's your protocol for the decisions you make regarding use of the alternate fuels?
Yes, so we'll take our unit commitment plan for any given day, and we'll look at our fuel supply contract on the gas side, right? So when Sammy was the one slide we were talking about coordinating, we do set up going into the winter with very broad burn ranges, right? We don't wait for an event to happen. So the decisions we make sometimes are economic. Like today, gas is $8, oil is effectively $29. So there's no gas constraints, it's not cold, we'll run gas ahead of oil. Now, if you get to certain load levels, there may be certain units, just because you reach a certain threshold, because we do have dual flexibility at CTs, we'll run those units on oil because one, we've used all of our gas contracts, and now what we have left is oil. So those decisions are both economic and kind of our fuel supply portfolio, but they're typically economic, but for reliability, there's certain units we will run on oil that are dual fuel capable based on the contract portfolio we have on the gas side.
And some of those decisions, by by some sort of set standard, or is it a lot of real-time discretion?
No, it's planned ahead. Like saying, we don't typically do things like switch on the fly. I think, once again, every day we produce a unit commitment plan that includes a load forecast, that includes our resource plan for the next 7 days. So we run a model, we stack our generation availability, our power purchases to our load, and we try to do it in the most economic way. And sometimes that means we run oil. You know, you've seen really high prices, you know, in the Carolinas. And sometimes we do it because we're running every unit that can run, and some of them can only run oil. So those are seasons. It's very structured. It's very production cost model driven, and it includes all the inputs for the generation, it includes the load, it includes the economics. And in some cases, we're just running. We've hit that point where we're just running oil units. So it's a very structured, robust process, just like the load forecast. We're running production cost models on a normal day, a couple times a day, and then during extreme peaks, we're rerunning these 7-day resource plans, you know, 3 and 4 times. So it's very a robust process about how we do that. And then the fuels team's involved, you know, the power trading team's involved. So I think that was kind of the idea of that slide. In those really peak days, you're making choices, right? On which units may run on gas or oil when you're on the top of the stack.
All right, thank you.
Right. Okay, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. Could you just talk a little bit about some of the traditional reliability metrics you use and how this whole conversation today kind of fits into those? So by that, I mean, you know, it's all about mitigation of risk. So the idea is everything you're doing is still going to lead to some risk. And, you know, how should we think about that risk? Is it some number in some other number of years to have a curtailment? You know, what's the metrics you talk about behind the kind of screens? And then has that number changed since you've been doing everything that we've been talking about for the last, you know, two hours? So was it at one time more frequent, and now that you've managed to do all of this, we're looking at a better number? Does that make sense? That question?
Yes, thank you. So for resource adequacy, the traditional metric has been for you know, studying, do you have an adequate portfolio to meet your resource adequacy? Sure. It's been 1 day in 10 years loss of load expectation. There are a lot of groups now precipitated by this 2021 Ercot event that are looking beyond 1 day and 10-year loss of load expectation. And so they're looking at energy sufficiency. And, you know, that energy sufficiency not only is electrons, but it's also molecules. And so there's a lot of you know, subject matter experts that are discussing coming up with new reliability metrics going forward that will be needed when you start looking at high renewable portfolios and all of the carbon reduction plans that are occurring. And some of the groups involved, just to give you an idea, the think tanks involved are EPRI, NERC, and then a lot of the industry representatives.
So I'm still trying to wrap my head around. So that right now we have this existing metric that lots of people have kind of concerns about. With your modeling and everything you're doing, you've just done so much, you've spent so much money. Is there modeling behind the scenes that it's gotten us somewhere else, or is there that quantitative sort of risk analysis behind the scene?
Yeah, I mean, as far as from a risk perspective, I mean, there are metrics we track, like starting reliability and EFOR, traditional GADS metrics and unit performance metrics that we consider with respect to ensuring reliability of our portfolio of resources.
You know, one thing on that, Commissioner Hughes, is you talk about the modeling into the future. Yes, there is I wouldn't say it's complete, but, things like, system ramp rate, right? Things that traditional, when you think about reliability metrics as reserve margin, how fast does the system need to move up and down? So, ramp rates of the system aligned with the new, portfolio that's setting out there that may have a lot of renewables, right? So there are other metrics. I don't think they're fully baked, like Sammy said, but there's definitely things from a day-to-day management that in the future, as you add more renewables, as you remove, large supercritical coal plants, as you transition, there are other metrics that I think are in the thought process. And precisely what all those will be, I think, is still a work in progress, but I think that's what some of what Sammy has talked about. It's just not reserve margin anymore. It's the ability of the system to ramp. How do you plan for that? What kind of resources do you need, et cetera?
Yeah, I appreciate this. And I realize a lot of this discussion is probably more suited to a reserve discussion, but just the other side of this question is there's a cost associated with all this risk mitigation. And you've talked about things that you've done going from interruptible to firm. And a lot of these measures have costs. And I'm just curious, where's the kind of risk versus cost modeling going on? Is there, because the public really wants no risk, I think, but we all are operating under this risk. So I'm curious, what kind of level of costs or how are you modeling it? So if you can tell us that, back to your chart where you're showing curtailments or using the 1 in 10 years, how are you modeling how you could get that lower, and how the cost is? Is that kind of sophisticated economic modeling going on, or does that make sense?
Right. I mean, the resource adequacy studies that come up with our planning reserve margin, and then under a least cost manner, but there may be other requirements, but under a least cost manner, providing that resource portfolio that meets that planning reserve margin, that's our resource planning direction right now. But like I said, I think you will see some changes over the next few years with respect to the results some of these groups are doing.
Okay, so it's just really all seated in that existing model. There's not something else related to Texas that showed, okay, maybe that model's not going to work.
There's data analytics that are being done that look at stochastic models, and so you get you're looking at a lot of scenarios, and what gives you a certain confidence interval associated with all those scenarios from a portfolio. And like Joe said, there's ramping, net demand ramping, excess energy,
Okay.
those sorts of things you have to look at as well with respect to reliability of your portfolios.
No, and I realize some of the staff, I'm looking back in there, are going to come back to me afterwards and explain a lot more of the details of how this is done. So we don't have to go any further that, and I understand it's not so simple. It's just, we talk about reserve as the only metric when we have those discussions, but you've been laying out all these other things that you've been doing that cost money, that are reducing risk. And I just didn't know what kind of, risk analysis, if there was some new form of risk analysis. The other question, hopefully it's a much easier, quicker question, is with the integration of your control of meters, both, at the residential and non-residential that has occurred over the last 4 or 5 years, I don't think we've heard anything about how that might have changed. I mean, you didn't have that, I think, in the polar vortex. Now, you can cut my meter off at home, I think, fairly easily. Is there any thought or any use of that kind of capacity in tandem with the more traditional cutting the circuits off? Or has that done anything for us in this whole area that we're discussing?
Yeah, I think we continue to look at ways to shape customer demand to provide us an advantage or give us some leverage associated with meeting winter peaks. And I think you'll see that continue to go forward with respect to leveraging demand side management and demand response tools, with respect to helping with shaping that demand. And that should support be supported with cost justification.
So you're not going to get to where there's a block and there's one person on some medical device and everybody else gets cut, but they still have electricity. So it's like that kind of pinpointing using it. It just is not technically feasible.
I mean, right now, I would say that that process is more manual. I remember in discussions with these significant winter peaks, you do have customers that can sign up for this special medical need. And, those receive a higher priority with respect to ensuring their welfare.
Okay, so I should move next to either a hospital, yeah, an active solar facility, or someone with a dialysis machine in their house. And
One way or another,
Okay.
we will balance resources and demand.
All right, Commissioner Duffley.
Thank you for letting me jump ahead, Commissioner Brown Bland. Mine kind of relates, my question relates a little bit on that discussion. You probably heard earlier this morning the discussion with Dominion about their last load shed event in 1994. When was the last load shed event in the Carolinas?
To my knowledge, Commissioner Duffley, we've never had a load shed event.
Okay, and have you ever called for voluntary reductions or used the voltage reduction mechanism
Yes.
in times of system stress?
Yes, so both. We've actually had customer appeals to reduce load, to conserve, and we've also implemented our 5% emergency voltage reduction over 3 of those 2014 through 2018 winter peaks.
And that
subject to check.
And that ability is in both deck and depth, the
So-
voltage reduction.
So with the implementation of the DMS and the implementation going forward of IVVC, we will have a more automated means of doing that in DEC. Currently, it's more manual means to do 5% volt, but yes, we can implement 5% voltage reduction in DEC and DEP.
And a subjective question, have both of those mechanisms, like how effective are both of those mechanisms?
So I can just speak to DEP experience since I was managing that control room for a while with respect to these cold winter events. And the 5% voltage reduction, if I remember correctly, with the 2018 peaks, we reduced by around 250 megawatts, if I remember correctly, subject to check.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, you're welcome.
One more for you. So am I right that Duke has said that all of its gas contracts were for firm delivery of gas?
That's correct.
And do you mean that with respect, does that only apply with respect to those facilities that are 100% gas burning? Or does that still apply where there's dual fuel like co-firing of coal?
Yeah, so let me give you a little bit of context. So when we say firm delivered gas, so we have a portfolio of contracts. We might have firm transportation that we acquire from the pipeline. We may go out and acquire additional transportation from other providers. And we may buy delivered firm gas. So a lot of the gas we're buying is actually purchased, all of it is purchased on Transco. It's somewhere on Transco. What we do then is we deliver that gas, and I'll use Piedmont example, we have that gas delivered to certain points in the Piedmont system, and then they re-deliver it under the firm transportation contracts that we have to get there. So when we talk about, firm supply, we're really talking about gas that ultimately, whether we transport it or buying it from other people who have firm transportation into the points, into the, whether it's Piedmont system or into PSNC system, and then they re-deliver that gas to the actual plant facility. So the gas is bought upstream and then moved by Transco and then moved on the local distribution companies to the specific plants. But when we say, we expect and we buy firm delivered gas under our agreements for the supply.
So in the case where it's dual use or co-firing, you don't use
Yeah, we
interrupt,
look
you
at
still
it on
don't
a
use the
company
interrupt,
basis.
you still don't use the interruptible mechanism or,
No, I think we manage the total so for example, if we look at tomorrow, we already have contracts in place, right? So, the Commissioner Hughes was talking about some of the models we use. We don't set up just for kind of an average burn, right? We have contractual portfolios in blocks. So blocks for our combined cycles, blocks that we can call on daily. But I guess what we're saying is we buy to that amount for the system, right? And then behind that number, we talked earlier about the production cost models. It's producing a fuel forecast that we're managing what we need for tomorrow based on the contracts we have to kind of align with that fuel burn forecast. And then as Dominion was talking about, there might be some operational considerations, there might be operational flaws, all those things are taken into account. But yeah, we're buying to a forecast that is produced from a production cost model. And we have a contract portfolio that some of we're buying for the month, some of we're buying for day to day under firm contracts. But I think the point is we buy everything under firm contracts regardless of the duration of the supply that we're buying, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure, but we'll think about it. Thank you.
So just following up there, so there's never been a situation where the either of the companies hasn't been able to get gas to a power generating unit because delivery to that unit has been interrupted?
Not to my knowledge, right? If we have secured the gas and got it on the Piedmont system, I'm not aware, for example, using Piedmont or PSNC, I'm not aware of any specific things. Now, from time to time, do you have little adjustments that you make? We buy a lot of gas. You might have little minor adjustments on the supply side where you have little cuts here and there, but they're highly immaterial, and we usually correct those through the nomination cycle that we go through. But yeah, not to my knowledge, once we've gotten the gas on Piedmont system, that we couldn't re-deliver it to an actual power plant.
Okay. All right. A couple of questions for y'all on the VACAR arrangement. First, Mr. Roberts, what does Dominion's intent to withdraw from the VACAR reserve sharing arrangement mean to you?
Yeah, so like Mr. Belak was speaking to earlier, the transmission capability will still be there on our interface, and we'll still have the capability to call PJM for emergency energy. I mean, it won't be part of the VACAR RSG, but we'll still be able to call PJM and request emergency energy.
And so do you have the confidence that when you make that call, there will be transmission capacity available to get the emergency energy down here?
Yeah, so based on looking at the TRM IDs and on the Oasis and also per
Transition
comments.
reserve margin. Is that what TRM? Okay.
Yes. And based on the comments that Mr. Belak made, yes.
Okay. Does Duke plan to make any changes to its TRM as a result of Dominion's withdrawal?
Yeah, we will still plan for the TRM in accordance with our TRM ID as posted on our Oasis. And there are certain requirements around what has to be in that TRM. You have to be able to handle the inrush when you lose a large unit. And so if the space is there for that inrush, the space should be there for continuing to bring in emergency energy.
So just make sure I understand this correctly. So the TRM really is predicated on the units on your system and one of those going down?
It's tough to explain without getting too deep into the weeds, but yeah, it's predicated on loss of units, and it can be different units that affect the interfaces differently. And the same thing with other entities. They look at loss of large units on their system and see how that affects the interfaces if they're looking at, the power flows resulting across that interface from that loss of unit.
Okay. Okay, so does Dominion's future exit from the VACAR arrangement affect Duke's preparations for cold weather events in any way?
Yeah, I mean, so currently for cold weather events, and this was something adopted after the 2014 polar vortex, we would have VACAR call with the members we moved it to 6 o'clock in the morning because if you wait till 8:30, it's too late. And so we have a call with those members. So I would foresee us continuing to invite PJM to that call just to see what their state is with respect to generation and what they're expecting with respect to power flows, capability to provide emergency assistance. And so I would see us continuing to invite PJM to that call.
All right, Commissioner Duffley.
I have a follow-up. I heard that there was no concern regarding available transmission, but is there any concern about PJM's ability to actually have the energy necessary to transfer during these times of system stress?
Yeah, I mean, there's that concern with the VACAR RSG. I mean, a VACAR member can call the other VACAR members and notify them that they're not maintaining their reserves because they're out. And, that's a similar situation occurred in 2014 with a couple of the VACAR members.
Okay, thank you.
One quick question. In follow-up to what Commissioner Brown-Bland was asking earlier about the firm contracts for gas. Now, when I think of a firm contract, I'm thinking of one that's for a fixed quantity at a fixed price. Are there times when it's not at a fixed price, considering the volatility of the price of gas? It's just for a fixed quantity that's guaranteed to be delivered. How does that work?
Yeah, so you're correct. Sometimes a firm contract can be, typically it can be at a fixed price.
Yeah.
Or if we're buying under a firm contract day to day, it will be at the spot price. So yeah, it can, you can buy monthly gas. I'm just going to make up a number that's $6.
Sure.
You set up your contract for it, and then day to day, based on changes in load, changes in forecasted CT runs, we also have firm contracts to buy delivered daily gas. Now that gas, if the gas price is $10 that day, that's what you're going to pay. So yeah, there is some of it is priced day to day based on the type of firm contract you have.
Got it. And in terms of the oil, I know you spoke earlier about, the volatility, well, basically the oil being available when you needed it. But I'm just curious in terms of what the average ratio might be, and it may be plant specific or site specific, between running on, say, oil or gas, as the case may be. How much more is spending? Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say, typically we're going to run economically. So whichever,
Yeah.
like, if we have to run CTs today, and let's just say the gas price is $7.50, the equivalent oil price is $28 or $29. So we're always going to try to run economic in normal kind of operations. But when you do get to these higher loads, the only units you may have left may be oil units, so you're running oil, or because you have a gas portfolio where, maybe your load is so high for a couple of days, you decide, you don't have the ability to get more gas,
right,
from what you've already got. You may run other dual units on oil because that's all you have. So
exactly.
I think of it generally, we try to do it economic, but certainly in extreme days, based on, can you buy a little more spot gas, even if it's cheaper than oil? Maybe you can, maybe you can't, but you'll run oil on those days, which is like Sammy was saying earlier. I mean, we have a lot of units that are dual fuel, so it gives us a lot of flexibility during
Exactly.
those colder periods to manage economically and reliably from a fuel supply perspective.
Sure. I appreciate your presentation. It was insightful. So I think most of the questions that were in the back of my mind, I got asked at some point by one of my fellow commissioners.
All right, public staff, you're up.
Good afternoon. My name is Dustin Metz with the public staff. How are you gentlemen doing today? The public staff sent some discovery questions on March 25th. Like to turn to your responses to question 3B. I believe it's on page 5. And in that response, you have a general discussion on actions 1 through 3. Could you provide a general update by each action item where Duke is at in the implementation process?
Okay, let me read through these. And you said, just to clarify, you said 3B as in Bravo.
That is correct. B is in Bravo.
And just to make sure I'm clear, Mr. Metz, so the action items you're referring to are for the company's mission critical nuclear, non-nuclear generating units. The company's ensure that planned outages occur in shoulder months.
That is correct.
So the only, no, I'm not familiar with the current status, but the only thing I can state with respect to action 2 is that we do have the guidance document in place for quarterly testing of CTs and annual testing of CTs associated with CCs with the running on fuel.
Would the company be willing to file a late filed exhibit with a general update or implementation plan of each one of these action items? Just for context, it was just these 3 additional cold weather prep actions are a result of following the 2021 Texas event. I know we've had some discussions where some of these are in process. I'm just curious of where we're at in the overall planning or implementation.
Yeah, we would be willing to follow a general statement of status.
Thank you. And in response to question number 8, the company discussed unit outages from the 2015 and 2018 winter events. And this question is not meant to imply one utility did bad or worse or better than the other. But it appears that there were no events for the DEC plants, but there were about half a dozen events for the DEP plants. Do you have any insight into why no events occurred at sort of DEC and why events did occur at the DEP plants?
I do not have any insights on why it was the outages occurred at the DEP plants because at the time, leave in 2015, and I'm pretty confident in 2018, we had one VP over the gas fleet and one VP over the coal fleet.
So would the company be willing to file a late filed exhibit to the extent you can look into or maybe explain why? And it could be nothing reason why DEC plants had none and DEP did have some. Again, thinking out loud was, well, DEC plants were closer to the mountains and some of the plants that were impacted were further down in the southeast. Could have just been as simple as a temperature rating and we weren't expecting these temperatures down in this part of the area, but now it's been corrected.
Right. It could have been associated with the day and the temperatures, right? Because I know in 2018, for example, on the 7th, which was a Sunday, we almost hit our all-time peak on a Sunday. You still had snow and ice on the ground from Raleigh eastward. And so you had a lot of heat that wasn't absorbed by the earth. So a lot of that was reflected back up to the atmosphere. So your actual coldest temperatures were in eastern North Carolina that morning. And so that may have been a call. I'm not sure. I would have to look into that.
Okay, thank you. Following on the company's response to question number 8C is in Charlie regarding the load forecasts and you lower the temperatures. When you lower the temperatures, you reported a peak load of 43 gigawatts occurring across the Carolinas. Do you know offhand, or would you be willing to file in this late filed exhibit the potential reserve margin and list the assumptions of any unit outages that did occur in that analysis?
Once again, for clarification, is that 9C, Charlie? 9, Charlie?
I believe it was 8, Charlie, but 1 second. Oh, you are correct. That is 9, Charlie.
Okay. Right. So based on looking at prior actual loads versus temperatures for cold winter peaks, this peak load that was forecasted, looking at these extreme cold temperatures, looked reasonable with respect to if you kind of extrapolated that line on out from past actual temperatures versus cold weather. So the 43 gigawatts projected for BA load, that looks extremely reasonable with respect to the temperatures.
And the highest peak that we've had combined, I believe you stated earlier, was in 2018.
That's correct. At 36,865, I believe was the number.
But just in follow-up, the 43 gigawatts that you're reporting here, you assume no unit outages and you're able to meet demand.
So this is looking at the stability of the load forecast model. We interpreted the question that way: does your load forecast look like it erratically predicts something that could cause a significant load forecast error that could jeopardize reliability?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hinton?
Bob Hinton, public staff, and I just have a couple of questions. Again, going to weather and load forecasting, in particular items, questions 4 and 5 from the commission, and followed up with commission's questions 6 and 7 from the public staff data request. So going to question 4 of the commission, you note that weather forecasting load during extreme weather can be challenging. It's difficult enough just to forecast weather, but you appear to be doing a very good job at forecasting weather, and I expect that's the case. And so you talked about the difficulty of taking a weather forecast and translating that into a load forecast, which is ultimately what you have to generate to supply. And you've got tools that you've gotten, and they look like they're reasonable tools with reasonable forecast errors. And kind of following that, I wanted to dig a little deeper in my follow-up question number 6 in particular, about the load response model. You've given us data from January 2019, and I looked at the weather data for that, for DEP system, and you've got data here for DC, but I think the weather response was probably comparable. That was a mild month, I believe. And you can look at the chart and you can see that the most extreme temperature was 20 degrees. So that's not what I believe you define as extreme weather event. Yeah. Correct, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So again, following this late file exhibit, thinking, could you maybe provide more of this temperature load graphs and maybe following an analysis that may kind of focus on how we translate a temperature that's like 10 degrees or an extreme temperature into actual load. Because I mean, back in the day when I actually load forecasting myself for your company years ago, we thought there was a curvilinear relationship And if you look at a plot, you just kind of assume it's a linear relationship, but there's often a kink in there. And, you know, having discussions with Glenn Snyder, with your load forecasting, you know, he's always saw, you know, the heat pumps have a certain point where they top out, and then people rush out and buy portable ceramic heaters, and all of a sudden the temperature load response grows. So if you can supplement that, I
Would
appreciate it.
you, I mean, do you want a different, do you want a month that looks, I mean, is there some period, I mean, I guess we can talk about, maybe this wasn't, I think we had a little, when we answered this, we were just trying to, I think the point was we were trying to show that they're, just what you said, temperature and load don't always, you know, it's not necessarily linear, right? Because there's other factors, but if there's a different month or a different period where you want to see a higher load.
To 2018.
Yeah,
18?
2018 and 2014 and 15, because,
Okay.
I mean, and I've got a temperature, your system average temperature in 14 was a little less than 11 degrees. And on that day, your load was extremely high. You activated all the DSM you had, including large load curtailment. And you know, you came very close to having a brownout, but because it was temperature was so extreme.
Right.
You want that for DEC and DEP?
Yes.
You want it for both for January of 18?
To be honest with you, I'd like it for both, because there's an early observation I made in the years past that DEC has a lot of natural gas heating customers where DEP has limited gas saturation of a little less gas saturation of natural gas furnaces. So there's more of a heat pump furnace and heating needs in DEP's territory. So you have a different reaction to temperatures as those heat pumps top out and people are still cold. And they rush to Walmart or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, I appreciate that.
Well, let me be clear. So you want January of 18 and what was there another one you wanted?
Just bad January 14 and 15.
January 14,
yeah, and
February of 15.
Yes,
And January of 18.
months when you had extreme loads and extreme temperatures.
Okay.
And I think those three come to mind. And like you said, you have a lot of serious people who study this particular area for the load forecasting. The other question I've got is, let's see, you say the load models. And I'm really spotting again, going back to commission question. Let me get my question number correct. Your data response, I think the public staff data request. No, forgive me, 1 second. No, it was the commission's response to commission 4. You said the load models below recorded temperature for the last 30 years would not jeopardize reliability. And you've already touched on it with, I think, the last question by Mr. Metz. The question I would ask is if you would look at your load models for extreme temperature, like below 10 degrees, but use your simulation models and actually give more a real world example how you'd be able to supply that. If you had the Texas event, with those temperatures, both a simulated scenario where you had forced outages. Now you had lots of forced outages during the 2014 and 15 Vortex, and you've done some hardening since then, and your system's much more, I think, resistant to cold extremes, and that's good, of course. So, but if you could do a scenario where you tested the reliability under extreme temperatures, under a scenario or simulation, a reasonable simulation, where you had some forced outages that were reasonable to expect during a cold event. Because again, you answer the question that would not, your current studies and your current models would not jeopardize, or would not, your words are, would not compromise the reliability of the system. But that's not assuming the enforced outages as you earlier addressed. But I think it's a core commission question whether an extreme temperature, which results in a high load, endanger reliability. That's maybe more limited to just a simple reserve margin, say, which of course goes to those issues.
Right.
If you consider that, if that's possible, I would probably appreciate that.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Yes, there's been some conversations of sort of spinning reserves. So for context, because your memory is outstanding, Mr. Roberts, for like the 2014 or 2015 event, do you know, or could you be able to provide a general graph of showing the amount of spinning reserves not synced to the grid on each hour for that given day?
That would be difficult because for 2014 and 2015, because I would use energy accounting data for that. And I think as we stated with respect to looking at the frequency drops, we were lucky to find a Excel spreadsheet where we had captured frequency data for the January 7th, 2014 date. But the data resides on magnetic disks, and we don't have anyone with the expertise that can download that data.
Or to maybe ask it a little bit differently, generally speaking, from a system operations standpoint, how much spinning reserves non-sync to the grid would you have running to have as, in my words, sort of in your back pocket to respond in a system emergency or system event?
Right. So with the standards as they apply today with Val 2, if you're in an EEA, this is my understanding, if you're in an EEA, you can utilize all your contingency reserves prior to shedding firm load. Now, as far as Val 1 goes, you have to shed load prior to getting to that 30 consecutive minute mark where you're below your balancing authority H limit. And so we would have to have the regulating reserve, and this is how our resource adequacy study works. You would have to have the regulating reserve to make sure you could comply with Val 1.
And can you define contingency reserves?
Yes. So contingency reserves are reserves either offline or online that you can utilize. And we say within 10 minutes because you got to have some time to deploy. But the standard is to comply with recovery from the loss of a large unit within 15 minutes. So what you would do is, for example, if we lost Harris, 1,000 megawatts, we would have to deploy that offline, fast start CTs, voltage reduction, and then online and call for emergency assistance needed to recover that 1,000 megawatts within 15 minutes. So that's how contingency reserves will be utilized. Versus regulating reserves, that's basically to handle that variability of the load, and that can cause an imbalance between your resources and your demand in a short period of time.
Thank you, John. That's all the questions I have.
That's all.
Okay. Commissioner Brown Bland.
I'm coming back once more. So I'm thinking that I'm recalling a contract. I hate to beat the dead horse, but I do think I'm recalling a contract with Duke and a gas company where it was stated that that the gas company would provide daily and hourly interruptible redelivery service. Does that ring a bell with you?
No, no, it doesn't.
All right, thank you.
All right, let me just make sure there are no additional questions for Duke. All right, at this point, gentlemen, you may step down. Thank you very much for your participation today. It is just about 1:30, so we will break for lunch. Let's go off the record, please. All right, so we will come back in at 2:30 and be on the record at that time. All right, we've got PS&C on the stand. So would you all please introduce yourselves for the record?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Rose Jackson, Director of Gas Supply on behalf of PS&C.
I am Scott Swindler. I'm Director of Gas Operations for PNC.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Bill Rayner. I'm the Manager of Engineering Projects, and I'm responsible for our LNG plant in Cary, North Carolina.
Good afternoon, Chair Mitchell and Commissioners. During February 2021, Texas experienced an unprecedented winter weather event. North Carolina had previously experienced polar vortex events in January 2014, February 2015, and January 2018. As a result of these extreme winter weather conditions in North Carolina, Public Service Company of North Carolina Incorporated, doing business as Dominion Energy North Carolina, or PS&C, had implemented many of the recommendations of the FERC and NERC report related to the Texas weather event. I appreciate the opportunity to present a summary of PS&C's responses in docket number M-100, sub 163, and I'm happy to answer any questions with my colleagues, Mr. Bill Rayner and Mr. Scott Swindler. Please feel free to ask questions throughout the presentation. The deregulated environment of Texas incentivizes energy providers to reduce generation and operating costs in order to compete. The regulated environment of North Carolina focuses on reliability, which allows utilities to acquire firm capacity to ensure deliverability and emphasizes preventative maintenance. I would also like to identify some distinctions, obvious as they are, about natural gas utilities versus electric utilities. First, gas utilities do not generate the product we sell, with the exception of liquefied natural gas, or LNG, which removes a lot of the winter prep gas utilities are required to do when compared to electric utilities. Second, virtually all of the delivery infrastructure of gas utilities are underground, safe from the freezing rain, wind, and ice that can accompany a cold weather event. Although winter preparation is just as important to gas utilities as electric utilities, our presentation will be different from what you've heard from our electric colleagues. And with that, the presentation's up. We did something similar to what our electric colleagues did. We broke down the presentation based on the segment of questions. The first question in the general category was related to changes that PS&C had implemented due to lessons learned from the February 2021 Texas weather event. You want me to run that? Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. And as you can see here, the plant that we have, the Cary LNG plant, is the only plant where we generate the product that we sell. We did an assessment of our spare parts inventory, focusing on temperature-sensitive equipment and emergency response equipment. We also evaluated the heat trace equipment and added to our winter preparedness inventory. We added valve positioners, and we're also, we have a consideration of weather factors that were identified as part of that Texas weather event for planned plant improvements. Okay, the next section is weather and load forecasting. And there's two different types of—
Ms. Jackson, I'm going to stop you because I want to follow up with you on the LNG facility.
Okay.
So will you go back one slide, please, ma'am? Can you talk about electric service at that facility?
I would defer to my colleague, Mr. Rayner.
Okay.
I understand we're on a distribution service at that facility, general service type service. We do have backup power there. That's an important feature of the plant.
Okay, so tell me about that backup generation.
Yes, it is a diesel-powered backup generator that supports our critical functions of vaporization and holding.
Okay, so can you, to the extent that you're able to answer this question, what happens at that facility if it loses power?
Well, we would automatically switch to our backup power system, and depending on if we were vaporizing, it would probably require a restart of our vaporization process. So it would be suspended for, momentarily until we got our backup power reestablished and, checked out all of our equipment and put everything back online.
Okay. And the holding tank, I mean, what happens to the material in the holding tank?
Well, that's a great question. Our boil-off compressors are what maintains the pressure coming off the tank. And there's I'm going to just call it sponginess, if you will, that you have some lag time as far as the pressure that you can build into your tank. But in between runs, those boil-off compressors don't have to run continuously. We manage the pressure in the tank within a range. And so for a brief power interruption, there wouldn't be any concern.
Okay. And can you quantify brief for me if you can?
As far as the
Power
time that we could be without power and not cause maybe 6 hours or so, something like that.
Okay.
So,
And I assume that the backup generator there is subject to testing protocols and.
yes,
Okay.
we run it weekly, have quarterly inspections and annual inspections as well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
It's a key part of our operation, yes.
All right. Thank you for that.
Yes.
There's questions. When you're going to that backup generation system, I mean, how many hours is it prepared to function, operate until electricity is restored?
We have an 8,000 gallon diesel tank.
Okay.
And sort of depends on the load, I guess, that's on the unit at the time. I would estimate maybe 3-4 days, maybe, before we had to refuel.
Excellent. That gives me some idea, because I mean, by that power time, you would reasonably anticipate it would be restored. I just didn't know if it was a matter of hours as opposed to a matter of days. And when it is functioning, you have full capabilities to do everything you would normally do as if electricity was being provided.
That's a really good subtle point there. We can holding mode, which would run our boil-off compressors, right, which run pretty much year-round.
Sure.
Vaporization, which is when we would be vaporizing to put gas back on the system. We can run both of those functions with our backup power system. We don't have enough power generation to liquefy.
I see. Okay. Well, that certainly clarifies it. Thank you.
But during this type of weather event, if I could follow up on that comment, we would typically be vaporizing, not liquefying.
True.
Because we would be withdrawing from the tank in order to supply customers rather than injecting gas to prepare for that scenario.
Got it. And I think in your response, you also talked about adding spare positioner boards for essential control equipment. What do those boards consist of?
Yeah, I probably should characterize it better as valve positioner. One of the things that we observed with the Texas event was that the mechanical failures were largely attributable to frozen equipment.
Yes.
So we just took the view that we were going to look at our plant equipment through what we had in inventory and see if we saw a gap if we didn't have something that we thought we needed from past experience. And we identified a valve that has a certain type of positioner on it that moves the valve, that we didn't have any spares in our inventory. So we made the decision to get that. It added another layer of reliability to our operation. But these are valves that this particular valve positioner controls the flow of LNG from our tank, our pump skid, up to the vaporizers, which push the gas out into the system. So those are critical pieces of
components. I see. That helps a lot as well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next section of questions was related to weather and load forecasting. The company performs 2 types of forecasting. The first one is our long-term forecasting, and you're probably most familiar with that because in preparation for our annual prudence filing, we work with our resource planning group that evaluates the weather all the way up into this last winter season. They use a statistical modeling program that estimates our design day demand, which is going to be the amount, our demand on the coldest scenario. So we go back and look at the 70 years of weather history that we have. We use the heating degree days from the coldest day that has occurred on the system, and we apply those heating degree days to the current mix of customers that we have on the system. That long-term forecast evaluates what our firm customer need is. We do not forecast for interruptible load because we're not required to serve that load. And so as the result of the long-term forecast, we take that and we compare it to our asset stack to evaluate what our reserve margin is going to be and if we need to go out and find additional assets to meet that demand. So typically, when we make our filing on an annual basis, we're looking out 5 years, but the actual model itself goes out further than that. We evaluate 10 years. Because as you're well aware of, in the past, we could say 3 to 5 years is the timeline for new pipeline capacity. Now that's 7+, and the timeline associated with any new projects is very uncertain. So we use that long-term forecasting to handle what type of assets we may need in the future, and also to evaluate our system planning for our distribution system. Where do we see the growth on our system? What geographic areas we're going to see that growth in? So our gas supply team that I manage, along with the engineering and operations team, works together to identify where our future needs are going to be. Now, with regards to the short-term forecasting, the company does not forecast weather. As you have heard from our electric colleagues, we do not handle our own weather forecast. We don't have a meteorologist assigned to us. We rely on third-party services, primarily DTN is our weather provider. And what happens is we get forecast in from DTN twice a day. Our gas control group takes that and forecasts heating degree days. Well, it takes the heating degree days forecasted by DTN. They match up his actual historical usage based on the weather parameters that have been identified by DTN and the heating degree days. And then they send that forecast to my gas supply group, and we evaluate what type of assets will be needed to supply customers, firm customers on that day. With that, you may have seen some questions about like the weekends. We buy supply over the weekend, but then we evaluate on a daily basis, do we use storage or do we buy daily gas? So that enables us to do so. Any questions on weather or load forecasting? Okay. The next section of questions was related to load shedding or curtailment planning. The first section related to customer outages or curtailment. We typically don't call it load shedding. That's more of an electric term. But with regards to customer outages, firm customers are only interrupted due to outages such as third-party damage. So if we have a third party that hits a line, customers may lose service in that regard. If PSNC encountered some type of pressure or gas deliverability issue from Transco, that would probably be considered our catastrophic event. And that would be the time when we would be faced with having to curtail customers or asking customers to voluntarily cooperate with us to meet that reduced volumes of gas that we were seeing coming into our gas. But to date, we have not seen that type of catastrophic event. Typically, it's related to third-party damage. In the event that that type of interruption were to occur, we would rely on the company to relight first, and then we would call on our Dominion Energy affiliates and also other utility resources that we have through the Southern Gas Association to restore service. The most typical types of curtailments that you will hear about on our system is related to interruptible customers. These customers pay a lower rate in exchange for their obligation to interrupt if needed in order to ensure that we can meet the firm customer's needs. So the procedures that we have are laid out in Rider A of the company's tariff. In the event that we are required to curtail a customer, we enter that curtailment into our electronic bulletin board, which generates an email that goes to the emergency contacts that the customer has provided to us. And then the individual account manager for that customer curtailed will follow up with that customer via phone call to ensure that they have received the message. If the customer is a transportation customer, their pooler is also notified via email through the electronic bulletin board. One of the big changes in our system after the polar vortex events of 2014 and 15, we realized as a company that we needed more tools in our toolbox to be able to balance supply versus demand other than curtailment. Prior to our rate case in 2016, curtailment was really the only tool we had to ensure that interruptible customers would go off natural gas in order to protect firm customers and ensure their priority of service on our system. But with the approval of our rate case in docket number G5 sub 565, we were able to implement operational orders, which enables the company to require poolers to balance receipts and deliveries within a specified tolerance. So in the event that a pooler is able to bring gas to the system, then we redeliver that gas to their customers. It also allowed customers to participate in that aggregation into a pool. So if you have one customer that's long and one customer that's short, they can net those differences and provide that valuable balancing service within the pooler's pool. Just to follow up on some of the questions earlier, the power generation companies on our system are actually considered not only customers, but poolers. So in the event they're able to get gas to our system, we make every opportunity to redeliver that gas to their plants. There is penalties imposed for non-compliance. Prior to operational orders being in place, there was no type of incentive to ensure compliance in the event that we were to encounter this type of cold weather event. The procedures are identified in Article 5 of our Transportation Pooling Agreement within our tariff. And in the event that there is an operational order, we post that on our electronic bulletin board, and it's followed up with an email that goes out to all the poolers affected. Also, a number of our interruptible customers have converted to firm transportation or firm sales since the polar vortex events of 2014 and 2018. A number of those customers identified issues with obtaining their alternate fuel during such weather events. So we have seen a dramatic change there on our system as well. Any questions?
Just want to follow up on the power gen comment that you made. So are you aware of whether any of the power generators that the company serves are on interruptible contracts, interruptible service of any kind?
There is an interruptible service provision, but once again, because they are acting as their own poolers, if they're able to deliver the supply, then we'll make every opportunity to redeliver that supply to the power plant. There may be an instance where I can't imagine it would be something highly unusual on the system, like a pressure issue or some type of third-party damage that may impact it. But once again, it's a transportation agreement. So if they can deliver the supply, we're going to do our best to get it to the plant.
So why does interruptibility come into this at all? I mean, why is that term important to the, or included in this arrangement you have with the power generators?
It's just to protect the system in the event we were to have that type of catastrophic situation or that unusual operating circumstance where we couldn't redeliver all of their volumes. When we have a firm obligation, such as we have to firm and commercial customers, we plan for that and we take that into consideration. But the power plants, as discussed earlier, have the ability to use alternate fuel where our firm residential and commercial customers do not.
Okay. Are these are the pooling arrangements reduced to writing? Are there written agreements among the poolers and PS&C?
Yes, ma'am. They're actually contracts. They're included in our tariff that states all the requirements that they're obligated to perform.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Okay. The next section is related to plant performance, and that's in regards to questions 12 through 13. We identified the peak day for each of the last 3 winters, which is not an indication of the total, the top 3 days the system has encountered. So I wanted to clarify that. During the last 3 winters, we curtailed 1 to 2 interruptible customers. The last 3 winters really have not been colder than normal. They've been more normal weather. During 2014, 2015, and 2018, we saw more curtailments during that time period. But once again, once the operational orders were in play, that allows us to issue operational orders to ensure that supply and demand are in balance, and it protects the system. And then, as I stated in my opening remarks with regards to the FERC and NERC report recommendations, the key recommendation 6 lists the recommendations related to natural gas infrastructure. And many of those measures have already been implemented by our company as a result of the actual extreme winter conditions we went through in that 2014, 2015 timeframe. So that concludes our prepared remarks, but we're available for any questions you might have.
All right, let me check in with commissioners. Questions for PSNC? Commissioner McKissick.
You explained how your modeling is done in terms of, considering, what type of peak demand you're concerned about. But how does that, and I guess what I'd like to know, I know you indicated the coldest day was in 10 years is what you're looking for. But how does that compare to what happened out in Texas in terms of that type of storm, that type of event that occurred?
We actually go back 70 years of historical data, and we pull, which I think our peak day was in 1970, our peak gas day.
Peak gas day.
We pull the heating degree days on that actual weather event.
Right.
But then we take those heating degree days and we apply it to the estimated demand for our current mix of customers.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say that we have it by rate category, and our forecast model takes into effect and applies the heating degree days on that actual coldest day ever and determines what that design day need is going to be for our customers, for the firm customers.
Coldest day ever.
Yes, sir.
And if they had to use a similar type of planning paradigm out in Texas, what would it have predicted? I mean, I'm just trying to see if the weather out there was so extreme that it deviated from, say, whatever that coldest day had been in an equivalent time frame, coldest day ever for them.
Commissioner McKissick, I really think that the bigger issue in Texas was related to their regulatory structure, the fact that they are deregulated.
Yes.
Those companies do not have the same oversight that we do as regulated utilities. And they're also incented to reduce cost any way they can in order to compete in that marketplace. We, as regulated utilities, have to come before you all once a year to show you that we are prepared for our design day. So I'm not certain that any of those utilities in Texas are required to do any of that. I'm just not as familiar with the requirements that they have, but I do know in a deregulated environment, it's vastly different from what we have here in North Carolina.
Sure, and I agree with your assessment about that. It's more a matter of curiosity more than anything else. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I have a few questions for y'all. Anybody can answer them. So I'll just direct them to the group. Talk some about the company's curtailment procedures. Just walk us through, in the event that the company got there and had to begin curtailing customers, how would that take place?
Typically it's related to interruptible customers, and we have our gas control group plans as part of their winter prep. They train for curtailments on the system. So in the event we receive a forecast that determines that we may need to curtail interruptible customers, we identify those customers, and as stated before, we send out an email to the customers affected. We send out an email to their pooler if they're on transportation, and their individual account manager follows up with a phone call to ensure that that email has been received. Also, during those time periods, we are probably going to have an operational order on our system as well. And Transco is going to have an operational flow order on its system also. So the penalties associated with Transco's OFO, our operational order, those incentives, those penalties are in place to ensure compliance. So it would be some type of catastrophic event on Transco before we would begin curtailing firm customers.
Understood. And so then let's assume a catastrophic event occurs. So then what would the process be?
It would be based on the commission rules that we have in place, but it's also going to be based on location. Let's say that we had some type of catastrophic failure off of a point on Transco that would only affect the west, like the Asheville region. Then we would begin contacting customers, asking for voluntary voluntary curtailment, and then we would follow up by looking at that local area, trying to determine which customers we would have to curtail. If it's only some type of event that would impact the west, we're certainly not going to curtail customers in the east unless we absolutely have to. If it could impact system-wide, then we would evaluate that at that time.
And you touched on this just a minute ago, but how's the company training for this? Are system operators trained to handle this type of situation should it occur?
Yes, ma'am. Our gas control group actually manages gas control for both South Carolina and North Carolina. In North Carolina, because we have most of our industrial load is transporting, we don't have as many curtailments because they've contracted with a pooler to bring in their gas. In South Carolina, we actually have a lot of customers on interruptible sales. So that group curtails annually for South Carolina. So they are very proficient at the process they go through. But as stated before, we have a winter prep meeting that involves engineering, gas supply, and gas control every year. And then subsequent to that meeting, the gas controllers are trained on the requirements they're going to have for the upcoming winter season, which includes curtailments.
Okay. Going back just a minute, you were describing the process for curtailment in the event of a catastrophic event or failure on the system, and you described how the company would sort of try to limit the impact of curtailments based on location. So as you're going through, let's say you've gotten to that point and you're in a specific location on the system, who gets curtailed first? I mean, talk about sort of order of priority of customers.
Yeah, I can give you an example. So we had a pipeline issue out in the western part of the state, and we were going to lose pipeline all the way out toward Bryson City, and we needed to shed big loads. So we worked with the key accounts folks, and they called all those customers, and they told them what the situation was. All of them went off, and it gave us enough time to keep from depleting that whole system to where we got down to no pressure. Because on a gas system, what you got to do, as soon as you go to no pressure, you have to start the process of shutting it in, and then go through the process of getting all the air out of it, and then go through another process of where all your customers were shut in, and then you got to get the air out of their system. So you take measures to try to keep from getting to that point. So we talk about a curtailment process. If you ever got to the point where you had to do residential customers or commercial customers, the real smaller ones, you would probably be in a point of system preservation, and you would be sacrificing pieces of the system where you would actually be valving off parts of the system and shutting those off to keep the main supply lines gassed up, so you wouldn't have to repurge the whole system out. So it would be a systematic process of you may have to shut some system off to do that.
Okay. Okay. And you've Ms. Jackson, you've mentioned the winter planning meeting. I assume that's an annual meeting
Yes,
that
ma'am.
occurs. Any other regular training or simulations that occur related to winter weather preparedness or system failure preparedness?
Mr. Rayner or Mr. Swindler can talk to the requirements for gas operations, but certainly in terms of gas supply and gas control, we have a monthly meeting where we evaluate what the upcoming month, we look at what the short-term forecast is projecting for that month. And we work with our resource planning group that does a monthly forecast. They're the same group that does our design day forecast. But gas control also does a forecast, and we compare the two. And then we evaluate how to set up for the upcoming month. And that occurs on a monthly basis. It also includes, it includes a number of folks from our risk group, but also from our accounting group as well.
I'll just offer up, at the LNG plant in Cary, prior to winter, we get our heaters up to temperature, get our pumps and our piping cooled down, and we'll have a test run of vaporization prior to December 1. It's our practice.
And that's those are annual?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We also have customer meetings with our large account group. And in preparation for the winter season, that customer group sends out notification to all of our industrial or interruptible customers to just remind them that the winter heating season is upon us. to make sure that they test their alternate fuel equipment and remind them of the curtailment provisions in our tariff.
And is that a post-polar vortex practice?
No, ma'am, we've always done that.
Okay.
I think that our customers are now more in tuned as to what type of ramifications a polar vortex event could have because of the price of natural gas that was charged as part of those penalties.
And there's one more process I'd like to add. It deals with the engineering side of it. So there's also a meeting every year. It's a system enhancement meeting where they pull all the weather data, how the system performed, and then they also take the models and they apply the, design day models to it. And we look on the system and proactively find places that may be weak and get them corrected before they become a problem. And the typical pressure is a 30-pound. So even at 30 pounds, there's typically, if it overshot it some, there's some reserve there too. So that's the process.
Okay. Question about the operational orders. In the data that the company provided in response to question 12, it appears that the tolerance limits for the operational orders increased by 5% every year between 2019 and 2021. Can you just help us understand that?
Yes, ma'am. Originally, when the operational orders were put into place, we only had one static percentage that we could apply. But then Transco began to implement what we call bracketed operational flow orders, where not only did they have us protecting on the short side, they said not only you have to have a tolerance on the short side, but also on the long side. So in effect, the shippers on their system are balancing Transco's system because we have to stay in our lane, if you will. We might have a 5% tolerance on the short side and a 10% tolerance on the long side. So depending on what our assets look like, we have to implement operational orders on our system to ensure compliance with Transco's operational flow orders. And that's generally what drives our operational orders.
Okay. And okay. Okay. Question about the coordination with your electric power providers. Do you all, I mean, based on what you have told us today about the service provided to the facility in Cary, you're taking service at the distribution level. Does the company have any compressor stations that are electric as opposed to gas powered?
No, they're all gas.
Okay. Any other critical infrastructure that would be electric versus gas powered?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Flow control stations and all, they all have generator backup, those type things. The compressor stations, they're either gas driven and they have, for the accessories and all, they have generator backup.
Okay. Can any of you talk to the coordination in which you engage with the electric company for service that it provides to PSNC or that the electric companies provide to PSNC?
Yeah. No, I remember it was 10 years or so ago, we were asking about, facilities, critical facilities that would be impacted by a brownout, and we provided some information then with the account numbers and everything. So
I can't say personally whether we're still on that protected service or not. That's something I need to follow up on.
Okay. And would that be within your purview of responsibilities?
Yes, I'll follow up.
Okay. All right. Let me pause and see if questions from other commissioners. Commissioner Kleinfelter.
I have a question about coordination with the electric utilities as well, but it doesn't involve coordination with respect to the service you provide to each other. It relates to the service that you both provide to customers. And I'll because I can think concretely about it and it's real in my head. I'll use myself as an example, but scale it up. So the question is really about what if you scale this up? So if you were to have either a physical event that caused an interruption of my gas supply, or you had to curtail me, I'm not interruptible. I'm a residential customer, but if I were an interruptible customer, sales customer, or you had a physical event for me as a residential customer. I'm going to convert to my emergency electric backup supply, which is going to change the load Duke experiences. So let's say the case that you had out there where you were about to have a major problem going out from Asheville to Bryson City. Are there protocols and mechanisms in place for you to say to Duke Progress, hey guys, get ready. You may experience a rather substantial change in your load because we're about to have either a curtailment or a physical interruption to our service. It can also work vice versa. I've had situations where I've been able to increase my use of gas service when I've had problems with electric service because you use backup generation to convert from one type of water heating to another type. So the load changes. The customers have fuel choice, not just between sort of oil and gas is what we've been talking about with electric companies, but customers can choose between electric and gas. And so do you guys talk to each other about how your decisions might affect the demand or the load on the other?
Typically, you're going to see more impact to gas utilities in the event that there's an electric outage because
Sure.
if you have, let's say that your home has HVAC that's electric, a gas pack, a heat pump.
Right.
And the power goes out, but you have gas logs in your home.
Right.
They're going to crank those gas logs up.
Well, I agree. It's absolutely right. It's a two-way thing. And my question really is focused on what mechanisms do you have in place for each to talk to each other about those kind of events that's going to shift the customer utilization of the two different fuels.
I don't think there's formal communication, but we typically know because we serve, the power plants in our area. So we typically know if there's some type of outage because they will send over what their requirements are on a daily basis. And we're prepared for those changes in demand, and they're typically short-term in nature.
Okay.
So you may see increases when one utility has an outage that goes to the other, but I don't think they're going to be long-term in nature, and I don't think there'll be tremendous volumes that would be impacted.
And will they typically have a way of knowing if you're about to experience an interruption due to, say, damage to a pipeline? Will they typically know that?
Typically, everybody knows it because it's broadcast on the news. I mean, I hate to say that, but with today's social media and the instantaneous news feed that we all have, you typically find out about it through social media, to be honest.
Okay.
And if you're an impacted customer, you're probably going to get a door tag. We would have created orders that are standing by, and local operations would have started phone calls to you and everything to talk about what the process is going to be.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Brown Bland.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I apologize that it was definitely my loss not to be here to hear from Ms. Jackson as she regularly appears in our annual review of cost proceedings. And I'm sure the rest of you who have not served on that panel had an opportunity to see just how knowledgeable she is. But I did have just one question I wanted to ask you. Do your LNG storage facilities require electricity to convert LNG to usable gas?
Yes. We do have backup power there, but it doesn't carry every process at the plant to convert pipeline gas into liquid. We do have to have commercial power to drive that equipment.
All right. And in terms of cold weather preparation, does that bring anything else into play for you?
Well, typically we're liquefying in the non-winter part of the season, so it doesn't affect us in that regard. And our backup power generation, our diesel backup generator, provides the power that we need for our vaporization and our holding mode if we're not making or sending out gas. So that it covers those two processes, but not the liquefaction process.
So it won't interrupt us in the event we need to withdraw LNG from the tank, but it could impact us in the summertime when we're trying to inject.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Always find it interesting too, the LNG plant, the liquefaction process is about 4 million a day in, and the plant can put out about 100 million a day out on the vaporization side for cold weather support.
Or 4,000 decatherms injected, 100,000
Yeah, sorry.
decatherms withdrawn.
Yeah, I'm a cubic feet.
Engineering versus gas supply.
All right, any additional questions from commissioners? All right, public staff?
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Nader with the Energy Division, Public Staff. Can y'all hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. So we sent you data responses. Let's see here, data requests on March 29th. And my question is related to question 8. Going back earlier, you referenced pressure issues on the system. And in a situation, going to what Commissioner Clodfelter was referencing of the interoperability between these two utility systems, if there was an unexpected trip of the electric system, let's say cold weather, ice storm, knocks out a distribution circuit, the brunt of this question is, are there emergency backup generators connected to your system that are behind meters that you don't necessarily have visibility of that could increase flow and cause pressure issues?
Our system is designed, and when, we know that, when the meter and everything was put in, it would be designed to support that as a firm load.
Okay. And so if a customer, let's say a commercial customer goes in at one point, 10 years down the line, the building gets sold, new customer comes in, they're worried about backup generation, and they don't communicate to you that they've installed a natural gas fired generator. Is there enough headroom in the system that doesn't present any concerns?
Typically, the accounts, well, it's not, the medium account groups would be in contact with that customer.
Okay.
And they work closely with them as they make those type of changes.
Okay.
So I'm not sure.
And it's kind of an interesting process that happens. So when you have a winter, say, electrical outage.
Right.
Well, just imagine you have your furnace at home and you have an electrical outage, you're not pulling gas. So typically you've also shed off some, so the generators and all, wouldn't make up that difference on what you let out. So there's a little bit of a balance there that some's going to naturally shed and then others is going to come on. I mean, it is possible that somebody adds a load we don't know about that causes some problems. It would cause more issues on their meter set. And our facility supplying them because we didn't know about it. So it may be a localized issue that it would cause.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
That's all from the public staff.
All right, checking in one last time. All right, thank you very much, guys. You may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you for your participation today. All right, next up, we've got Piedmont. You want to control this?
I think one of our
From your fingers.
going to do it. There's a bell right there.
That's mine, thank you. I'll get out of your way. Nice.
Like the duct tape on the purse.
I know. It was an expensive one too.
All right, good afternoon, gentlemen. Would you please introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon, Chair Mitchell. My name is Adam Long. I'm the Vice President of Pipeline Operations representing Piedmont Natural Gas.
Good afternoon. I'm Neil Moser, Director of Engineering and Asset Planning.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Patton, Manager of Pipeline Services.
And Chair Mitchell, in addition to our primary presenters, we also have Mr. Bruce Barkley, who's Vice President of Rates and Gas Supply for Piedmont, and Ms. Sarah Stabley, who's the Managing Director of Gas Supply Optimization and Pipeline Services.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. You all may begin.
Chair Mitchell, up you see up on the screen is a footprint for Piedmont Natural Gas in North Carolina and a few statistics. Piedmont's very happy today to talk with the commission on our responses to your question. We would ask that at any time during this presentation, if you have a question, please do stop us and we'll be happy to address your questions. Piedmont has a rather large footprint in North Carolina, just under 800,000 customers, over 17,000 miles of distribution line, pipe, and more than 2,500 miles of transmission pipe. To answer all the commission's questions, we put all of our reliability topics into 6 sections as shown up on the screen. We'll start with the Texas event, then go into load forecasting, curtailment, restoration services, coordination with our electric generators, and then system planning and its criticality for reliability. Cold weather is really the primary threat to Piedmont's system. As PSNC stated, our assets are underground and not subject to the same issues that an electric provider would have with wind and ice. Our critical equipment is maintained and tested annually and designed to be reliable to a temperature below 0 degrees Fahrenheit. After the 2021 Texas event, Piedmont Natural Gas took it upon themselves to work with other utilities in North Carolina and interstate providers to do a self-assessment of how our equipment would work at extreme low temperatures. In that self-assessment, Piedmont worked with Williams Transco, as well as PSNC, to evaluate all of our LNG facilities, our compressor station facilities, and pipeline facilities to see if there were lessons learned by Williams in their Gulf Coast operations or by the other utilities to see if there was something we could learn and benefit from for cold weather operations. After that assessment, Piedmont decided that there were no changes warranted to our system, that we'd already incorporated those best practices and other design features in previous cold weather events. Piedmont maintains redundancy of our critical equipment in our operations. All of our critical electric needs for our system are backed up either by a generator or a UPS system with a battery supply. We have an emergency operating plan that does not require electricity, internet, or telecommunications for our system to work. And we have simulator training for our control room that they are trained on to deal with emergencies as well as day-to-day operations.
Question for you, sir. What applications do you use battery backup when you choose to use battery backup?
So we would have battery backup at a facility that monitored only a pipeline station, so we could see pressure or temperature or flow. And that battery backup is good for more than 24 hours, is monitored live by our control room, so we can see when the power is off, the status of the battery backup system, and we get an alert before it starts to fail so we can respond.
Yeah, but you have a 24-hour capability?
Yes.
Discharge for 24 hours?
For more than 24 hours.
Thank you.
When we talk about load forecasting, as Piedmont submitted in our question to the commission, we use the gas day program to produce daily and hourly natural gas demand forecasts. This system is used by more than 40 companies in 32 states, and the forecasted weather is entered into the gas day hourly system from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. each day. Piedmont gets what we believe is very high quality weather data that goes into our gas day to make it very accurate. And even though weather forecasting is not perfect, I like to refer to meteorologists as weather guessers most of the time. But we have tools to meet our peak day demands, such as our 3 on-system LNG storage facilities in North Carolina, as well as peaking supply resources and interstate storage. For curtailment, Piedmont has actually never curtailed any firm customers. Generally, seasonable winters have resulted in limited recent curtailments of only interruptible customers. When we curtail interruptible customers or firm customers, we do it in conjunction with commission rules, R6-19.2. Interruptible customers are always, of course, interrupted first and in order of lowest margin. Firm customers, even though we've never done it before, would be interrupted in order of lowest margin first. Residential customers are always the last to be interrupted, and to date it has never happened on Piedmont's system. Company communicates directly with our interruptible customers every year. We validate those contacts annually to ensure that we have the latest information and the contact names. In the very unlikely event that we ever had firm curtailment, Piedmont puts together a communication plan as part of our incident command system that would include an overall emergency response, and then we disseminate that message over television, radio, and social media. When it comes to restoring natural gas customers, it is a little bit different than our electric part of the company. Restoring natural gas customers is fairly time consuming. Company has very good internal resources from our other operating areas. We operate in 5 states, and the technicians of those states are eligible to come work in North Carolina in the event that we need extra manpower because they're familiar with our system, our procedures, and our equipment. In addition, we're members of SGA, Southern Gas Association, and AGA, the American Gas Association, and subscribe to their mutual assistance agreements that are validated every year. A widespread restoration has never actually occurred to Piedmont to date, but to restore customers, we have in the presentation the steps you'd have to take to restore a residential customer. It's very time consuming and very labor consuming, which is why we have resources outside of the state to help us if it was ever needed, and then mutual assistance with neighboring utilities.
I have a quick question. If that were ever to happen, you say time consuming and expensive. What does time consuming mean? Look, can you days, weeks?
So as an example, we had a third-party damage some period of time ago in Farmville, east of here. We had a third-party damage that resulted in the outage of that community. I think the number was somewhere around 1,400 customers impacted. As described here, first step, of course, make situation safe, but valve off and contain the leak. Go to every subsequent downstream customer and valve those off so that the system can be purged, repressurized, and then work to go back and relight all those customers. And that event, I think, from the time of damage until we had full restoration and service restored was somewhere in the 36 to 48 hour range. So as you look for it, much as you would increase that number, particularly depending upon geography, those times definitely are measured in days, if not longer.
Okay, thank you.
For electric generation, Piedmont does serve 5 interruptible electric generators and then 10 firm service electrical generators in North Carolina. We have frequent communication with our generators in addition to normal daily communication and then extra communication during critical times of severe weather.
Mr. Long, I'm going to ask you a question about just following up there. That I just heard you say that the company serves 5 power gen customers on interruptible service, and that may be inconsistent with what we heard earlier today. It may not be. I just am hoping you can help me understand what the company means when it says interruptible service.
So, yeah, we serve multiple power providers, such as Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke Energy Progress, and then independent power providers, Southern Company. These companies have different contracts. Most of them have firm service contracts. Some of those companies have interruptible service contracts for units on their property. They are interruptible service contracts. I believe Mr. McAllister was talking about interruptible service. And for all of the firm contracts that Duke Energy has, when they redeliver gas to our system, we redeliver that on a firm basis. And we have never not redelivered that firm gas. But there are units on that system that are interruptible, that if we hit a time of interruption and they were scheduled, that they would not run.
Okay, I may need you to go through that one more time. So it sounds like Piedmont has the right to interrupt service for certain of these customers.
Based on their contract.
Based on the contract. Mm-hmm. But that redelivery is always
So to make it simple, there's 2 types of contracts. There's firm contracts. Piedmont has always delivered on our firm contracts. There are interruptible contracts, and they are standard interruptible contracts that if we called a curtailment, that we would curtail those contracts to those units. And there are 5 plants that have that type of contract.
Okay, 5 power generating facilities. Okay. Okay, thank you.
And Chair Mitchell, to the extent it's helpful, Piedmont's response to public staff data request 9A has the details of those plans.
So if we had to interrupt firm customers, although it has never happened, it is done on a lowest margin basis in accordance with Commission Rule R6 19.2. Piedmont participates in Duke Energy's review of the 2021 Texas event. Went through that with Duke Energy and again found no changes to the Piedmont system were warranted. When we look at system planning, there's two critical aspects that deal with reliability. One is interstate capacity and the other is Piedmont's actual infrastructure system. For interstate capacity, we have a design day of an average of 8.69 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's based on an actual weather day, January 21st of 1985, the coldest day in our service territory in the last 40 years. The demand is determined using a regression analysis to project our firm customer usage on that day, and we annually review in the gas cost prudence review. And NCUC has ordered the review consideration of 5 potential modifications to Piedmont's process, which we are looking at. For Piedmont's infrastructure, we do a detailed model of future considerations, looking at project growth and the design day weather. Our planning horizon is a minimum of 5 years, looking at system growth and how our system will react. Our planning model is reviewed and updated routinely throughout the year. It's not a static model. It's dynamic and we look at it. And our infrastructure is designed and constructed. New infrastructure is designed and constructed with the model forecast and insufficiency for our firm customers. That concludes our prepared remarks. We'll open up any questions from the commission.
All right, let me check in with commissioners. Questions for Piedmont? Commissioner Brown-Bland.
Good afternoon. And I think that you probably heard at least a portion of these with PSNC, but could you discuss your natural gas curtailment procedures and the protocol to curtail the various classes of customers?
So for our IT customers, we would curtail an impacted system in order of margin for the customers on that system. And we do that on not an annual basis, on a regular basis based on weather conditions. For firm customers, we've never had to curtail before, but in the event that we would have to curtail on a particular gas system, just like Commission Rule R6 19.2 requires, we would curtail in order of lowest margin for those firm customers.
And your highest priority is?
Highest priority, the last customer to ever be curtailed is residential customers.
Okay. And if curtailment is necessary, do you treat your electric generators the same as any other transportation customer, or is there some other preferential treatment?
No, in accordance with the commission rules, they would be treated as a firm customer and then be curtailed based on their margin.
All right. In response to the commission's question 1, the company stated that it conducted a review of its low temperature operating requirements for critical equipment in order to validate its operability in extreme cold weather. Could you walk us through the steps involved and what you did for the review?
Of course. So first we reached out to other utilities in North Carolina and then our interstate natural gas provider, Williams Transco. And then we looked at critical facilities for all 3 companies, did site visits, and looked at manufacturer recommendation temperature ranges for that equipment. We looked at our inventory of parts, our training, and then our annual maintenance practices for all that equipment. Then after site visits and talking with the manufacturers, for Piedmont specifically, we determined that we'd already incorporated all those maintenance activities, that our equipment was set up to work at a temperature of below 0 degrees Fahrenheit, and there were no maintenance or operating practices that we saw at a peer utility or an interstate utility that would have benefited us. So we maintained our current annual maintenance and operations plan.
Without, you didn't see the need for any tweaking or any changes at all Just kept the same?
It's the same operating plan. The most we did is one of the utilities we have in southern Ohio and northern Kentucky realized temperatures down to negative 14 degree Fahrenheit. We have similar equipment, similar maintenance practices. We asked, what do you do different from what we do? And we did not glean anything important that we would need to do that they're currently doing. And they are reliably operating at those temperatures.
So we're able to benefit here in North Carolina from the knowledge that you have in the other even colder weather states.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in response to your response to question 3, you stated that the gas day model is provided by Marquette and that the gas day model is licensed by 40 other LDCs in 32 states. Do you know how many other LDCs are in the southern region?
I'm aware that I believe, now this is from memory, I think Frontier might use Marquette and Gas Day based on their filings, but I can't speak offhand which ones are in the southern region.
And do you have any info or feedback as to whether the error rates for their last 3 winter peaks and for the 3 days before the winter peaks in that region? Do you have any idea what that might be?
I do not.
All right. And then finally, with regard to the FERC-NERC recommendation that the electric utilities at least annually perform simulations of emergency load. Does Piedmont conduct simulation training of a load shedding event for control room operators?
So in our normal control room operations, we balance load daily, and it is part of our training profile to do training on what an emergency situation would be, as well as daily operations.
And you stated the gas grid operation and balancing is part of the normal control room operation and is conducted during operator qualification training at least every 3 years. Is that the industry approach? Is that optimal for the industry, or are you exceeding industry? Or
So I can't speak to what the industry does. I will say that the approach we use is used by other utilities, but whether it exceeds an industry basis, I don't know that our industry has baseline that type of function.
is there, do you know the company's reasoning for why 3 years? 3 years is sufficient? Or why 3 years versus any other period of time?
I have to go back and check to see if we documented why we chose 3 years.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions for the company? All right, public staff.
Good afternoon, Jordan Nader, Public Staff. I'll pose to you the same question that I posed before on question 8 from our data request. Concerns about unknown electric backup generators that are tied into your system. Your response, I appreciate. Is there anything within your customer data files that you flag this, or in surveys with key accounts or anything like that, to know that these generators exist, or do you assume you have enough headroom if a firm customer turns on their emergency generator because the electric grid went down?
I think you'll find our answer very similar to that offered by PSNC. We size for connected load at time of customer, and for largest customers, there is the major accounts liaisoning that occurs for those customers. That said, I think Mr. Swindler hit on the point. The size of meter set is likely going to be a limiting factor. So if the customer adds load without contacting us, that meter set could limit their deliverability and could isolate that and keep any interruptions associated with that load confined to that customer.
So it'd be a physical limitation of the pipe run to the property?
Correct.
Okay, very good. No further questions.
All right. With that, I believe we are, there are no additional questions for Piedmont, so you all may step down. Thank you very much. All right, next up, we will hear from Frontier Natural Gas.
Chair Mitchell, presenting today for Frontier Natural Gas is Mr. Fred Steele, who's the President and General Manager of Frontier, along with Taylor Younger, who's a regulatory compliance engineer for the company.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Steele and Ms. Younger. You all may proceed.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Chair Mitchell, Commissioners, would like to thank Frontier. Would like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's technical conference to answer your questions relating to Frontier's operational reliability during extreme cold weather. Frontier was not affected by the February 2021 Texas weather event. To assist in your understanding of the Frontier natural gas system, we'd like to offer the following further support to the previously submitted data request responses. Frontier's never experienced a system outage due to extreme weather conditions. Frontier conducts a cold weather preparation system review annually. Frontier utilizes Marquette Energy Analytics to assist us in a development of our design day or low temperature operating requirements and determining its natural gas system supply planning. Frontier secures enough natural gas supply annually to meet the forecasted design day natural gas load of its firm customers. The design day methodology and calculations for the customer load is described annually in Frontier witness testimony of the company's annual review of gas costs. In the event of an emergency curtailment, Frontier would communicate with its interruptible customers via telephone, text message, and emails. Frontier also utilizes local news, radio, social media outlets, and contact local emergency agency if curtailment of firm customers were to become necessary. With that, I mean, that really concludes our prepared remarks. We're willing to offer a presentation after this conference, in that we did not come with one prepared. So with that, we're willing to answer questions.
All right, thank you very much. Let me check in with commissioners. Questions for Frontier? Commissioner Brown-Bland?
Actually, I don't have much for you, but I did have a couple. So has Frontier communicated with its customers that use electric generators and rely on natural gas? Have you communicated with them about the appropriate switching capabilities and operating requirements in case you did have to curtail?
We do have communication with those interruptible customers that we know that have alternative means of energy. So yes, we have communicated with them, and we try to do that annually.
And when you communicate, or I mean, do you have specific policies and procedures that are in place for them, those with the electric generators?
For the electric generators, we do keep track on our feasibility models. So when our salespeople go out and sign people up, we do keep track if they have an electric generator at that time. But we do not have that data readily available in a database that we can just pull and know exactly where those generators are in the field. We haven't signed any big customers up with that. I know sometimes they'll come through and they're mostly small commercial or residential. So,
do you have any, generally applicable policies that you share with them, that you would have them to procedures to go through with respect to being prepared to curtail?
So the curtailment policies, we do share those with our transportation customers, but that's a little separate from the generator customers. So we do not have anything available for the generator customers at this time.
All right, so no, you don't have like a standard. It's more of a case by case or whatever's needed.
Right.
Okay. All right, and it does get pretty cold in your territory, doesn't it? All right. So you're comfortable with operating at generally colder temperatures than the other two LDCs that we heard from.
Heaters, we have kind of a winter preparedness that we go through. So we make sure our heaters are ready, we supply them with glycol, different procedures. So, annually.
And your customers, as I recall, you serve some farm customers, and it's critical to them that they not be without heat. So you oversee or somehow advise them regarding their backup, or understand that they do have adequate backup?
They understand that if we ever did have to curtail them, they do understand that they are not interruptible. So we're never going to go and curtail them. I mean, but they might, we might have an outage through Transco, but they do know that they are not a transportation customer. So if there's an outage, there is an outage, whether they have alternative fuel or not, we told them. So.
Some of the poultry farmers do have backup, some do not.
All right, thank you.
Talk a little bit about what kind of arrangements you have for operation of your own infrastructure in the event of loss of electrical power. You have battery backup, you have generators. What do you use to back up your electricity supply for your own infrastructure?
We do not have electric supply any of our.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, what about for your monitor? I mean, Piedmont says they use batteries to back up their monitoring and sensors. Do you do the same, or?
Battery powered, telemetry.
Okay. Same as what Piedmont was telling us. Got it. Thank you.
We haven't talked too much about customers that when they lose their electricity, the impact it has on gas. Are your gas customers as independent of the electrical system as you are? I mean, the farms, do you see a big drop when there are just even normal electric outages in your area? It's more of a curiosity. It's not.
I guess I'm not quite sure. But would you just restate your question again?
Oh, just when electricity goes out,
right?
You all have never, for example, for farms, do they have any problem with their equipment needing electricity? And do they stop using gas when they lose electricity?
We've not really experienced anything. I can't say that we've ever had that experience happen to any of our customers at Frontier at this point. So that's the best answer I can give, because it's not happening.
Yeah. Well, I know my colleague has invested in a generator, so
Right.
he's okay and I'm not. So I was just trying to
Yeah.
to learn.
Who knows, some of the poultry farmers, as I said, they do have some of them have some backup, but not all of them.
And on the residential side, most of them don't probably. I mean, they even though they have gas at their house,
That's right.
they don't have heat. So it's.
All right, one last call for questions. All right, public staff.
No questions.
All right. You all may step down. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we've come to the end of our technical conference for the natural gas and the electric utilities. Appreciate everybody's preparation and participation today, and we will be adjourned. Thank you very much.